Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me talks all the time. I want talks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hey-o. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
His mama calls him Bye Squire. You can call him.
She does not.
Well, maybe she should start.
No, she calls me Bam Bam.
Bam Bam.
The whole
Right.
thing.
Mary Santora is over here, too.
Hi. I feel like my chair is wrong.
Chairs are always wrong. I spend, and I don't know why, it's so silly. I spend an inordinate amount of time futzing with my chair over here because it's just like a weird, I don't know.
Well-
These are normal chairs. They're normal, like, kind of drafting style chairs. They go up a little higher than normal because we've got consoles here that aren't floor level. You know, when they first 2+ years ago said that they were going to be building out brand new studios for us, I said, are we going to have floor level consoles? And they said, yes. I said, beautiful, because you can come in, sit down, it's a whole thing. And then halfway through, they were like, no, it's not that. And I was like, well, okay.
Well, my arm.
Again, first world problems and you know, something that nobody not in this business can identify with, but it's an issue for us.
My arms were two different heights. The arms
on the chair, right.
One was way high and the other one was way low, and so now I'm fiddling with that. And then you know what I do more than once.
See, that's
a
a
show?
problem because Mary's actual arms are two different heights too. So
Well, two different lengths.
there are.
I just hold one higher.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's, you got to figure it out however you can.
More than once a show, my foot also hits the little lever, and I inadvertently shrink down. So I was messing with that. So it's just been, we're just adjusting.
All right, so if you ever see Mary fall out of frame, that's what it is.
Right.
She's having chair issues. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
We got a brand new Poundcake Sports Break for you later on. Now, award-winning Poundcake Sports Break. Of course, he was voted some weeks ago as Best Sports Talker by the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine. And he beat out a lot of other very qualified people. You could make the argument that they were more qualified, eminently more qualified than Poundcake. But he persevered.
All because of you guys.
All because of the audience, the customers of this program. That's right. And so we'll have that for you a little bit later on. Has there been any update on whether or not there's a party? Somebody sent me a link last night to the party that Cleveland Magazine is having for their best of, because they do a best of too. And I was like, this isn't the wrong one. We didn't get voted by, well, I don't know. I don't know what happened to Cleveland Magazine, but everybody loves doing best of Cleveland lists. And so as Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine are the two preeminent local publications, they were the ones that did it.
So I am going to that tomorrow.
The Cleveland Magazine's party.
Yes.
Where is that being held?
At not a trader. I won on that one. They emailed me and they were like, hey, congratulations.
What did you win over Cleveland Magazine?
It said I was the reader pick for best comedian.
Okay.
I haven't seen the issue or anything like that yet, but I just got an email from them.
You can only pick one party.
No, I don't even know if there is another party.
Well, you got to wait and find out.
She can pick as many parties as she wants. She's a grown-ass woman.
That's tomorrow from 7 to 11 at the Science Center. I'm taking my mom. We're going to have a good time. I'm not taking you, Cody. Take that.
I don't want it to go.
Yes, free food.
Is your mom going to let... Yeah, right? He should be your +1.
A lot of free food.
And then you can fight in the parking lot.
All the astronaut ice cream you can eat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of going
to dry until it goes into your mouth. So many other things.
Like so many other things.
Yeah, because I got an email like...
Did you get gussied up for this?
I'll I'll dress nicer than what I'm wearing right now, or just a jeans and a hoodie.
Oh, you're not
That's
going to wear. You're not
impossible.
going to wear a Carhartt hat and
It's not Carhartt, it's a Guardians hat.
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever.
Actually, Dan Stansberry bought me this on opening day because I was complaining about being cold.
Well, he's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
Very magnanimous of him.
But yeah, they sent me an email and they were like, "Hey, congratulations on your Best of Cleveland reader pick." And I was like, "Oh, nice." And then they invited me to the party. So they were like, RSVP here. So
Now, what's the difference between the Cleveland Magazine? I think they just have their editors do the list, right? And then they throw a bone to the readers, whereas Cleveland Scene, I think, is all reader generated, right?
there's editors' picks and there's readers' picks. So they do both.
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
you can vote in them.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking it up.
That's their way of saying, we really know what's going on in this town, but we'll throw a bone to you plebeians, or the hoi polloi. You guys can vote.
And I
Whoever. So who was the editor's pick for Best Comedian?
Well, that's what I'm trying to look through now. They don't have as many things. They don't have as many categories.
I was going to say, they probably don't have one for each.
No.
They probably
Well,
have
actually,
Sure. I feel like they have a million categories. There's best vegan Reuben.
I don't see it. Oh, you're on the editor's picks. So
Yeah,
the
I was going to
editor's
say,
picks,
that's that hoity-toity Cleveland
Yes.
Magazine. Best vegan Reuben.
So
Oh, I love it.
the editor's picks are always very specific things like that, where it's
Yeah.
like you have to try this food item at this
Right.
restaurant, or you have to go to this hairstylist at this salon.
You know how we picked the best vegan Reuben? It's the only vegan Reuben in Cleveland.
So
There's a reason for
actually,
that.
now that I'm looking at this is admittedly the first time I'm actually looking at the list. I didn't win Best Comedian. Mike Polk Jr. did.
What
And
the
then
hell is going on with you? She doesn't, didn't follow up, nothing.
And then second place is someone named Elliot Jarvis.
Oh, he's the best.
I've never heard of him.
I've never heard of him
And
either.
then
I have
I'm in
no idea who
third
that is.
place, but they sent me an email.
I was just talking to Polk this morning. He didn't mention anything about this. Of course, it's probably not really, it's not really his vibe to mention that either. but-
He's a newscaster now.
He's still a comedian. He still does shows. I mean, And he's not. And Mike Polk would be the last person to call himself a newscaster, by the way. Just because he's on a local TV affiliate, he hardly considers himself a newscaster. But he's still a comedian and a writer first and foremost.
So the email says,
I really love corned beef, but I'm a vegan. How could I get a vegan Reuben? Where was the best vegan Reuben?
Oh, boy, I got to go
Probably
back.
Cleveland.
Corky and Larry's? Chuck and Larry's? What is
Corky and Lenny's. Relax. The email says, "Greetings 2023 Best of Cleveland winners. It is my pleasure to inform you that the readers of Cleveland Magazine have chosen you to be included in the 2023 Best of Cleveland."
Included.
So then it
This is
says-
an honorable mention.
It said no, but it says you will be mentioned in the issue as a Best of Cleveland reader pick.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, the third place pick.
Then go and take your mom.
And then
Yeah.
second place was who?
Elliot Jarvis.
Elliot.
Jarrous.
That's probably the kid of one of the editors.
Matitude came in second for
Wait,
DJ.
spell that name again.
Jarrous.
Congratulations to Matitude.
Yeah.
Is our own Cody Brown anywhere on any of these lists? Did he get best sports talker?
Oh, sports anchor. Number 1, Jim Donovan. Number 2, Derek Forrest. Number 3, Ken Carmen. Sports announcer, which is different than sports anchor. Number 1, Jim Donovan. Number 2, Tom Hamilton. Number 3, Will Burge.
I just ran into Will Burge. I hadn't seen him in a long time.
I did his show last week.
Just had a conversation with him a couple of weeks ago. Well, I'm glad to see him back in the mix. Of course, Jim Donovan, unimpeachable. Nobody's going to top that
Uncompetable.
guy. Uncompetable.
All right. I can't really find anything on Elliot Jarvis.
Why are you worried about a dude you've never heard of before?
Maybe there's a hidden gem.
He's the kid of one of the editors probably over there.
Uncompetable.
He's got
Well, anyway.
That's the party
he's got a
that's
LinkedIn
tomorrow night.
Uncompetable.
And you're taking your mom.
I'm going to take my mom. So
Is she going to be putting like sweet and lows in her bag and stuff like that?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, every single booth, there's probably, I'd say, over 50 booths, maybe even 100, where they say you can like sample. It's restaurants or best cocktails or whatever it is. And then a lot of places are giving out coupons. So if like they're the best salon, they'll hand out a coupon or a sticker or a pin or something.
Will you give out comedian coupons?
I will not. But you
One free laugh?
take like a bag and then you come home with all this stuff. Some places have free wristbands or free T-shirts, or so you get a lot of stuff while you're there in addition to the free food.
All right. I hadn't talked to my daughter since Friday. I was checking in her last week because she had laryngitis. And, of course, she's a vocal performance major, Michigan State. And last night, about a little after 10 o'clock, I get a text from my daughter in all caps that just says, Matt Rife?
Dude, so many
with
people.
a bunch of question marks. And I was just like, yup. It's completely random that Matt Rife walked by yesterday and then came in and spent a little bit of time with us.
My daughter saw that, and then she noticed that I have comedy specials out. She's like, you? I'm like, yeah, I am a professional comedian.
What did they think you do
all
for a
this
living?
stuff that they just think I come here and play music. I don't know what they think. They're, you got to give her a wide berth. She's only 24. So how would she know
Well, listen,
what I do? It's only been 17 years.
You're doing your own thing when you're 24. You know what I mean? You're pretty myopic. I mean, you don't really have much time for anything else. Trying to get your own thing going.
I'm like, what do you think I do every?
You should have said, how do you not know this? You're 13 years old.
Mm-hmm. All this money you need all the time. Where do you think it comes from? It's not. It's from doing comedy and interviews and radio, all these different things. And she's like, oh, I just didn't know you. I'm like, you've seen me in big performances.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
It's just, yeah. Like, Matt Rife.
What does she think you did?
I don't know. She's got to
know you're gainfully employed. It's funny, though.
I mean, she knows what I do, but she just didn't like it.
I thought you were a lineman for the county.
Right. She just doesn't pay attention to the point where she's like, when she saw my YouTube subscriber count, she's like, you have 70,000 subscribers on YouTube? I'm like, yes, I am. All these videos that I'm posting all the time have gotten me a lot of followers. And she's just like, oh, I guess I never noticed. I'm like, yeah.
Well, they got their own thing going, our kids. I'm going to take a break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you. Listen for those keywords because they come once an hour, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So 2:30 is going to be that next one. If you want to text me for something, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the
4237. If you see an accident we don't, give our tip line a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
This is Robert Levin inviting you to attend Levin Furniture's 103rd anniversary sale. Going on now with discounts, special financing, and doorbusters. The anniversary sale at Levin's.
I'm Mo Rocca, and I'm excited to announce Season 4 of my podcast, Mobituaries. I've got a whole new bunch of stories to share with you about the most fascinating people and things who are no longer with us. From famous figures who died on the very same day to the things I wish would die, like buffets. Listen to Mobituaries with Mo Rocca on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He keeps his emergency bug-out bag in his trunk. Unfortunately, it contains only Pez, comic books, and moist towelettes. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, you got to keep that bug-out bag stocked up, homie. Keep it in a safe, dry spot. Got another $1,000 for you from the Buzzer Bookie. About 7 minutes from now, 2:30, and then 30 past every hour, you can get yourself some money. So listen for those and grab some cash. Cavs lose by 1 point last night. It was the preseason opener. They were in Atlanta. But a lot of those guys are looking good, by the way. Isaac Okoro, about 19 points in 20 minutes last night.
Yeah, it was good. Amani Bates, I like that dude.
Right?
Be exciting.
Pride of Eastern Michigan University. He's an Ypsilanti boy. So, yeah, Cavs, it was 108-107 last night there in Atlanta. Their home preseason opener is tomorrow night. They'll host the Orlando Magic. That is that's Shaquille O'Neal and the Orlando Magic. I don't know who's on the Magic now. But it's going to be Cavs Magic at the Robo Fijo tomorrow night, 7 o'clock tip here on WMMS. Of course, the home regular season opener is the 27th of this month. The Cavaliers will be hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Paulo Banchero.
Gesundheit.
That's their best player.
Oh, Paulo Banchero.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck to him. They don't have Tracy McGrady anymore?
No, he's been retired for over a decade.
What about Penny Hardaway?
Also retired for even longer.
Who else did they have? Who do we...
Also, neither of them have been on that team
Who
since
was
like for a very, very long time.
Who was trying to think of the guy that we had on the Bulls who went to Orlando because they go, hey, man, Horace Grant. Remember Horace Grant?
Oh, yeah.
This was a guy who was like part of the championship teams, but he felt perennially undervalued, and Orlando threw a giant bag of money at him, and I think he did maybe plus he had to get out of Dodge because there was a rumor that he had knocked up a local newscaster. And it was really jamming up both of their lives because she was married and he was married. It was like the old LeBron Sharon Reed thing here in Cleveland back in the day. All completely unfounded nonsense. But, local rumors can really burrow in and start screwing you up. This Boulder story here on the east side, is this the person you were talking about yesterday? Is this someone you know?
No, this is not who I was talking about, but I just saw this Boulder story because we were talking about, you talked about how that car cut through your lawn one time, and there was some BMX toughs going through your neighborhood, turfing lawns.
Little girls, yeah.
Yeah. It's 2023.
I know, doesn't matter.
Little girls can be BMX
I know,
toughs too.
Doesn't matter. I know.
Yeah, him and the gender roles.
I heard him on the Ring camera go, this is a shortcut.
And then I was talking about my friend who they put up a reinforced guardrail in front of his house to keep cars from flying into his yard and his porch and his car and stuff like that. And then I saw this story on Cleveland.com about how the city, this isn't even like what this guy did, but the city, they didn't put up a guardrail. They just put up 2 giant boulders in his front yard, and they are doing their job because last year, I think 2 cars crashed into his house and his car and his garage. So because people just go flying down this road, and it's a dead end into like not a dead end, but like it stops and it's like a T where you can go left or right, but people are going too fast, and 2 cars smashed into these boulders, and the boulders won.
Yeah, this is a guy. This is Cleveland Heights, South Taylor Road and Fairmount Boulevard. It comes to a T, and so this guy has for a long time he had a "Where's my guardrail" sign.
It was made out of debris from his house,
right?
Because a car crashed into his house.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you probably consider selling your house, maybe, or making it someone else's problem. That's easier said than done, obviously. But how many times are you going to file an insurance claim before your insurance company thinks that you're just engaging in insurance fraud? Oh, cars keep running into my house. Do they, sir? Do they keep running into your house?
Well, there's their cars.
You can take photos,
there's
obviously,
a lot of proof.
of the car in your living room. But yeah, these giant boulders, like you said, are doing their job. There's all these photos of the car, the full chassis is stuck up on the boulder.
It's crazy.
I wish I had seen how it happened, but I
know he needs a ring cam. He needs to do like that bridge, that can opener bridge, where he has a ring cam showing everybody crashing into his boulders.
Yeah. I was walking out of the Giant Eagle at 117th, and I don't know how it happened, but I was walking out, and a woman was driving like a small car that was kind of low to the ground. It was like a Hyundai Veloster or something, like a little 2-seater hatchback. And she was completely up and stuck on the curb. And so there's these 4 giant dudes are around her. I guess they were all, she was enlisting them to try to lift the front of the car up and get it over the curb. So I got out there too late to see how she did it. It didn't look like she tried to take a corner too quickly. This was in the parking lot. It was like between the front of the store.
You know where I used to see that all the time? When we were on Oak Tree. When we were on Oak Tree, for whatever reason, if they cut that intersection too short, they'll get right into the
little divider there.
Yeah, the little raised.
You mean
divider.
going from Rockside onto Oak Tree Boulevard?
Yeah, and I don't know if it was slippery, but they would be like deep in there, and it would just be high enough to where the wheels wouldn't touch. Yeah, so they were like trying to reverse, and like your wheels
aren't touching the yeah.
So they would have to call like a tow truck to get.
That's what her car was. She's lucky those dudes were there because these were like big guys, and I don't know if they were just getting out of their own car, walking in, and I don't know what happened. I got out there a few minutes too late, but I was just kind of walking by. I was like, that sucks.
Yeah.
Because the curb was like in the middle of her chassis underneath the car, so there was no way for her to get any traction on her own.
Did she probably just didn't see it and tried to drive over and try to like cut through the parking lot.
I guess, but she must have been going at a good clip because if you're going, again, I know I sound like a broken record. It is unfathomable to me how people drive in parking lots. People are going like 45 miles an hour through parking lots. It's like
parking garages.
If you were taking a corner normally, you'd be going at like 5 miles an hour around a corner. She got up on this curb, so I don't know if she gunned it unexpectedly. I don't know.
I had that happen to me.
Yeah, you got no room to talk, Poundcake. You're one of those dudes whipping around the corners in the parking garage.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I am not.
Because I had to stop my car because you flew past me going down the ramp.
You got me at a bad time.
Yeah, I got you at a time you were flying through the parking lot. You're one of those guys flying through the parking lot. Yes, you are.
I'm not.
I was pulling out one night, and I creep around these corners because in this, the corners in our parking garage here are so hairpin turns, and there's guys with these giant goddamn dumb pickup trucks. You can't see around them. And so I'm crawling around the corner. Here comes Poundcake whizzing down the ramp. I'm like, who's this a-hole? And then he goes by, and it's Cody. I'm like, all right,
give
cool.
you a little peace sign. I wasn't a total a-hole.
He gave you the peace
sign. The peace sign.
I was like, hey. I was like, oh, that's Alan. Hey. And I just rode on by.
Oh, that's Alan I almost slammed into.
So you want me to not do it and then continue to go at the speed I was going?
I want you to crawl around the corners like a normal person.
I crawl.
Yeah, right. This guy's going 20 on the highways. He's going 45 through a parking ramp.
No, you want to stick your nose all the way out there.
Because I can't see around the pickup truck. That's why you don't
see in between the little cracks.
That's why you don't fly down the ramp.
I wasn't
flying.
Because
people can't see.
I wasn't flying.
homie. Are you calling me a liar?
You just said you were.
Are you calling me a liar?
You just said he caught you on a bad day.
How? What do you define as flying?
Dude, you know you were rolling down that ramp. You were not like
was on the brake. It was not on the gas.
Uh-huh.
So I just let my car roll naturally.
What I'm saying is you roll naturally.
It was just rolling.
You didn't hit me because I stopped, not because you stopped.
I don't know about
You didn't even see me till you were right on top of me.
I don't know that.
And then you looked and kind of gave me the piece of, oh, that's Alan. If it had been some civilian, you would have been like, get the hell out of my way. Where you going, bitch? This guy.
Anyway, Mary, you got your car stuck once?
Yeah, it's okay. I was the plaza that my nail salon is in has what seemed like an unusually high curb, and I took it too tight when I was turning in, and half of my car was stuck up on it. Like my car was teetering.
Is this your current car?
Yeah, my car was teetering on this curb, and I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I'm not strong enough to push this, but like I have two
not
wheels.
With that attitude, you're not.
I have two wheels touching the ground. And so I was kind of standing there for a second. I was like, do I call a tow truck? Do I do this? And I got into my car and I just hit the gas and I caught enough traction that it like scraped the whole, or crunching metal, the whole underneath of my car.
Poundcake, what did that sound like?
Yeah.
He nailed it.
You knew,
That's
it's
exactly
like
what it sounded like.
But I've done that before, just taking a turn too tight. And then you end up there and you're like, God damn it.
Would you say that your car took a turn for the worse? Hey, I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. You get one of these every hour, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, I wanted to bring this to your attention because we were just discussing it the other day. You want to talk about great timing. We were talking about a woman named Dorothy Hoffner from Chicago, Illinois. She's 104 years old.
She's in my sports break.
She set the world record for the oldest person to ever go skydiving. I think she did this last week or a couple of weeks ago. Dorothy Hoffner was found dead Monday morning by the staff at the Brookdale Lakeview Senior Living Community. She died in her sleep on Sunday night.
When you give a place a name like that, of course people are going to be dying.
Sounds like a cemetery.
Yeah.
Brookdale Lakeview Senior Living Community?
Yeah.
Brookdale Lakeview Cemetery.
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know where the Brookdale Lakeview Senior Community... Oh, it's right up... it's in my old neighborhood. It's right up there. There are a lot of old people in that part of Chicago, so that makes sense. But she got her world record. She didn't really live to enjoy it. But Dorothy Hoffner is dead at 104.
I want someone to break that record today.
You want somebody who's 105?
Yeah, get up there.
To get up there? Yeah. In a wheelchair, completely infirmed. They just strap a thing to her, push her out of a plane. Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, you guys talk about bad drivers. This afternoon, North Olmsted on Lorraine Road, just west of Country Club Boulevard, there was a car up on a tree lawn with the nose up against the telephone pole, the power of the pole, and the bumper was resting on the ground. It was almost straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh.
What'd you do about it?
I was just about ready to call when the police came. But, yeah. How fast you got to be going to do something like that?
34 miles an hour.
Nah, not like that.
Jim, I just ran the numbers on it right here. I was able to use...
Yeah, now you can do math. Okay.
I was using generative AI to work the numbers there, and it turns out it's 34 miles per hour.
I don't know what these people been doing, man, driving. It's getting insane anymore.
There are people
love driving.
People love driving fast, and there are people that are very talented and can drive fast, and it is, that's fine, I guess. It's dangerous for everybody else, but whatever. But then there's people that just drive fast, and they're terrible drivers.
Well,
I don't get that.
Here's the thing, Jim. For these guys who are really good at driving fast, it's all about family.
That's what I was...
All about family, Jim.
And it started that they just really wanted to steal DVD players.
DVD players, right. Please turn off my AI machine, will you? Thank you. Okay, thanks, Jim. I appreciate the call.
Must be an old model.
Jim, I'm sorry?
It must be an old model.
I'm taking I retrofitted an old model, Bill, and I'm running my generative AI through it. And this is how I determined, given Jim's tone, given his storytelling ability, given the facts of the case, that when he finally asked, rhetorically, sure, but how fast you got to be going to do that? I was able to tell him, 34 miles per hour. I've got the ticker tape to show you. It still kicks out ticker tape. What?
He wasn't buying it.
He wasn't buying it?
Mm-mm.
He wasn't picking up what I was laying down?
Nope.
He didn't believe me?
Nope. Just like Cody.
Well, anywho, R.I.P. Dorothy Hoffner. And by the way, great news for the olds. You know, it's easy. There are a lot of cultures around the world that revere their elders, that respect the lessons we can learn. Not this country. No way. If you get north of, let's say, 62, get the hell out of here. They want to send you to the desert, put you in a corner, whatever. But they've determined that you can't make fun of the olds in one particular way anymore because the kids fall for online scams way more than their grandparents do.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Because the bottom line is they're like, look, there's this notion that kids are like super computer savvy, and they're not. They're super social media savvy. They are not computer savvy. If you asked them how a computer worked or what the parts of it were or anything like that, they would have no idea. Really good on TikTok, but that doesn't mean that you know if people are phishing for you and things. They're like way higher rates of Gen Z and younger computer users getting scammed. Romance scams, cyberbullying, identity theft. Gen Z are 3 times more likely to get caught up in an online scam than their grandparents. So they're like, they're aware of the things that go on, but they're much more vulnerable to these things.
What are the top scams right now?
Yeah, I'm finding this hard to believe. Unless they're also getting scammed in their emails.
Well, yeah,
They said relationships is probably a big one for.
Well, yeah, they said like email phishing, romance scams,
Because I did a college not that long, Michigan State actually, when I was up there last month. I did a joke about dating apps. And nobody really laughed. And I was like, oh, are you guys not on dating apps? And one of the girls yelled out, she said, that's millennial shrimp. Like saying that Gen Z does not do dating apps. So I'm a little surprised that relationship.
What do they do then?
She said they just meet. They're like back to meeting at parties and through like social media DMs and friend of a friend.
Snapchat hoes. That's what it is.
Well,
I don't think they're using Snapchat anymore.
It's partly Snapchat, but it's also, and I kind of alluded to this last week. I was talking about this long conversation I had with my son. And he's like, everybody now, college age, are just kind of terrified of things. I mean, obviously they had a school shooting earlier in the year, so that adds to it. But he's like, people are not going on and just swiping to people. He's like, and it's getting increasingly hard to meet people. Bars are different than they used to be, just people walking around are nervous about going home with somebody they don't know, all kinds of things.
Well, everybody loves spooky season. Now it's spooky season every day.
Right. Yeah. So they said just because Gen Z relies on technology more doesn't mean that they have a deeper understanding of it. So, you talk about people of that generation might be because what are we constantly being bombarded with? How lonely social media makes people. So it seems like they might be pretty ripe if they fall into some romance scam or online thing, and they shop a lot online, right? And we all do that now, but I mean, there's some people that like only do that. And there's more and more like just completely fake shopping sites. You couldn't tell just from looking at it, but so the olds aren't now granted. The olds miles ahead on Facebook and letting you know that, still trying to stop the steal. But all the other stuff, the kids need to watch out. Every generation has its own disease.
I'm shocked by that.
Well, that's kind of why I mentioned it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting way to do news.
Shock and awe, Mary.
I feel like the new generation is going to be the first generation to pay for their college with OnlyFans money.
People have been doing that since stripper days. I guess OnlyFans money, but like sex work has paid for plenty of colleges.
I personally did not know any seniors that were strippers at the time.
Oh boy,
well,
I
they're
did.
not telling people, yeah.
I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit us up or watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on
same thing.
We'll be speaking with more amazing artists all month long. Stay tuned with iHeartRadio for more sounds of our culture.
Crack the science of stronger hair with Garnier Fructis Sleek and Shine. Get up to 72 hours of frizz control with system of shampoo, conditioner, and anti-frizz serum. Cruelty-free and vegan. Put Garnier Fructis Sleek and Shine to the test at GarnierUSA.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Want to send me a text if you are watching live at AlanCoxShow.com. You can thank Barnum Goderspoke for helping out today from Parts Unknown. These are all remote assistants that we've got. The great Nile Rodgers here, Chic on the Sister Sledge album. Late 70s, it's got to be. Everybody knows We Are Family from Sister Sledge. That was their big hit. This was off that album. This is what Will Smith sampled from for Getting Jiggy With It. And today is National Coming Out Day. Mary was just talking about it. She was in Philly this past weekend, and they made a big deal about it because obviously it was the weekend before National Coming Out Day. Yeah. And somebody else who came out was Jada Pinkett Smith.
Saw that.
On the Today Show, she sat down with Hoda Kotb because she's pimping a book. And the big revelation, or one of them, the one that got the headline, was that she and Will Smith have been separated for 7 years. No, I don't think anyone's shocked by that. I mean, whatever you thought their situation was, you knew it was weird. You knew it was something that they had figured out. You know, the rumors were that they had an open marriage or whatever, but that implies that you're together. You're just doing what you want to do. But she says we've been separated and living completely separate lives for a while. And this whole thing, I guess, is a little teaser. This whole thing is going to air on Friday morning. And her book is out called Worthy. It's her memoir.
Oh, it's not about James Worthy?
No, boy, I wish it was.
Me too.
Oh, it'd be
It was
great.
great. Underrated.
I was going to say, you know, I don't know what her relationship is with James Worthy. Maybe he autographed some goggles for her. I don't know, but
I feel like Jada is extremely unlikable.
I don't care for Jada Pinkett Smith.
Like, she isn't very kind.
Well, I don't know anything about her.
I'm saying based off of interviews and everything I've seen about her and the way she carries herself, and I don't know, she just doesn't seem like a very nice person.
Well, she seems to, at the very least, have a chip on her shoulder.
Yes.
For some reason. I guess my question is, what is the point? Will Smith nuked his career for this? So she could sell books? Or I don't understand this. Like, why go to the lengths they have gone to if you've been not doing each other or any, you know, they have their kids are adults. I'll play a little clip here where Hoda Kotb was trying to drill down onto this.
You and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot?
Being my son's friend.
Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled.
I mean, there's your red flag right there. She couldn't come up with one fake story about how they. So anyway, she was like, "Well, we weren't sure how to present it to people." Just say getting divorced. I don't understand this. I don't get it. I mean, Will Smith blew up his career. Now, Chris Rock did say that a part of the reason that Chris Rock, I think, was so confused by the thing is, I guess he asked her out before the Oscars because I'm sure there were plenty of people that knew what their situation was. But if you've been doing that for 7 years, like, God bless, do your own thing. But why all the mishigas of slapping Chris Rock and screaming at people? And what is the point?
Maybe he just couldn't accept it. Like, maybe he was the one who was holding out faith that it was going to come back together. She just needs her space. Or,
I guarantee.
You know what I mean?
I guarantee this is all her idea. There's no way Will Smith was down with any of this. You want to keep your woman happy. And 7 years ago, she goes, "Yeah, I don't want to get divorced, but I don't want to live with you anymore or do whatever." And he's like, okay. She said she hasn't been able to bring herself to officially divorce Will Smith.
I get it. I'm also not a paperwork guy.
I guess, but like, I just don't understand it.
I went through it. I did I toughed my way through it. If I can do it, Jada, you can do it.
You toughed through what?
The paperwork to get divorced.
Well, there's one sheet of paper. You sign it and you're done.
I mean, I know plenty of...
Like I said, I toughed my way through it.
Depending on how, my divorce agreement was pretty complicated, but I mean,
I know plenty of black people that get what we call hood divorces, where they live separately, they live separate lives.
But these are rich black people.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. The rules don't apply because we don't get divorced for financial purposes. It's expensive. The little property you guys do have, y'all want to keep it, and you don't want to split that up. But this is something different where I think more so it's more of a partnership. Their businesses are intertwined with each other, and they probably still like each other. It's just they don't want to be romantically involved. So I can't have you, but why would I give you to someone else type stuff? That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, that's very juvenile. If I can't have you, I don't want someone else to have you. Like, that's life.
But it's Hollywood.
Yeah, but there's still people in the world. I mean,
but you got to think about it from the business aspect of a marriage is a contract. So whoever you marry next, whoever you marry now has the say over your estate if something were to happen.
No,
to you.
because they
call the shots.
No contract. Contracts are not ironclad. A contract is literally what two parties have agreed will be the parameters.
But how do you?
That's why they change all the time. Like, there's no contract that's ironclad. You can take somebody to court, but everybody, that's all a contract is a piece of paper that explains the parameters of what you've agreed on. And so I just don't know why two wealthy people with adult children, they're not staying together for the kids. She's doing a Facebook show where they're like, my vagina. Come on, man. Well, she's sitting there with her mom and her daughter talking about their, cooters. That's fine, dude. But I don't understand any of this. Unless she was telling him, hey, could we sit on all this until my book, so I'll have something in the book.
But then for him to say yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What is she laying down that's got him so scared?
Jada is a thug.
That's why I don't like
Jada
her.
hung out with Tupac. Like, I don't want to. Everyone's scared of Jada.
Yeah, but most guys even guys in really good relationships are terrified of their woman.
But especially
whether they want to admit it or not, they're terrified of their woman. Will Smith
sounds awesome.
Well, no, but I mean, I think there's a respect there. I hope. And
dating your son's friend, I don't know how much respect is there.
But that's what I'm saying.
Jada does whatever she wants.
But that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do whatever you want, why the charade? Like, yeah, that was very public that she was screwing around. And it was also very public that Will Smith was not happy with that, whatever.
But he had already been divorced once. I think he doesn't want egg on his face twice.
Yeah, but he was divorced like 40 years ago. He's divorced like Tom Hanks was divorced before when he was like 22. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild. I don't understand it. It seems very, very contrived to me. It sounds very, hey, I got a book coming out. Let's do this. Let's do that. All of those things could still happen if you were divorced. It's just very strange to me. Listen, they do whatever you want. They're not required to do anything. It's just, it seems like they're having a harder and harder I mean, you heard her in that clip. Hey, what keeps it hot? Andy Cohen's like, what keeps it hot? She goes, I don't know. I don't know. She couldn't even make something up because she and Will Smith haven't their bodies haven't touched in 7 years.
I'm telling you, it might be like a racial thing. There's not that many black power couples.
Poundcake, they're both black.
I understand that, but think of black power couples. You got Beyonce and Jay-Z. Who else do you have, really? You got Will and Jada.
Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. Yeah.
But they were estranged. They got divorced and got back together, and she had to get out of wedlock.
But your point is what?
They're trying to set probably trying to set a better example, and that's probably why they didn't want to come out with it.
But now they look like the worst example.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I understand that, but
the
they probably
more
didn't expect to come out with
at
it.
this point, if it were 7 years ago, you go, oh. But at this point, when all this stuff has been breadcrumbed to the public, like, who are you putting on the show for? Because it's not us anymore. Who are you putting the show on for? This guy punched Chris Rock.
Slapped him.
Whatever. They were, what was that, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
Something like that.
Yeah, about a year and a half.
That was 5 years into this. And he still went to the, banned from the Oscars for a decade.
That is his family still. He's not going to ever not be married to her. Like, he was married to her. They shared a life together.
But so what?
So you
think she cares? But she clearly doesn't care about it.
But just because you're divorced from your ex-wife,
she couldn't even make up a story on Andy Cohen's show. What keeps it hot?
I don't know.
Yeah. If any of us were in a similar situation, somebody said, "What keeps it hot?" You'd make something up.
Sloppy. Sloppy every day. You make it
right.
Day.
We do little things for each other. You'd make something up off the top of your head immediately. She sits there like a deer in the headlights.
Always keep that rubber band on your wrist. You never know. Always keep a hair scrunchie handy. I'm just saying.
Are people pulling their hair back? Are people pulling their hair back with rubber bands?
Part of the reason we're talking about this is because she's bald.
Yeah, that's right.
Idiot. Always keep an extra wig so you can have that hair scrunchie on your arm.
She chopped her hair off so she didn't have to do that.
Think about that.
Think about the most obvious thing.
Okay, always keep a turban or something. What does she wear?
A wig? One of those babushkas or whatever?
The hair wrap. What do they call them? I know it's not a turban. That's Nick Cannon.
No. I don't think she's wearing a bonnet.
It's a hair wrap, whatever.
It's just a little turban. She wears like a turban, right?
No, he loves to pull my turban.
You got a do-rag? He loves to pull my turban.
Definitely wear a do-rag. So I'm scared of her. She packing.
So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's interesting in the broadest sense. I mean, to kind of peer into how other people's mechanisms work in that way. I just don't know what the point is. But I guess it's not ours to know. She's got a book she's going to sell about James Worthy, and that's exciting. I don't know what that's got to do with her and Will Smith's relationship. But did she go to North Carolina? Maybe she goes way back with James Worthy. Maybe they were. I
don't think she did.
Oh.
But here's what I'm. But she's probably in L.A. with him. So,
there you go.
He was around. She
Big
was
Game
around.
James. That's what she calls him.
But here's what I'm thinking. He can look like the less of a bad guy now. Like, people are still confused by the slap with all this news coming out, but it makes him more. I mean, he looks a little like you had to deal with her for all these years, and he's still dealing with her in a way. And now everybody goes, oh, now I just feel bad for Will Smith for having to deal with Jada Pinkett Smith this whole time, all these years. Yeah,
maybe that's a possibility. My thought, like I said, just goes to why would you do any of this if the two of you were living completely separate lives for the past 7 years?
Again, he's probably holding out hope, where he's like, maybe if I let her do all this, then she'll come back, or she'll realize she actually loves me. Or
I think there's some bad PR advice.
How long do you do that?
Everyone in this room has lied to themselves or taken relationships to the next level that shouldn't be taken to the next level in hopes that it's the one that you want it to be. And especially with everything Cody was saying too, like there aren't that many Black power couples. Maybe we can make this work. Maybe we can be, a Cinderella story where we make it through all this hard stuff. And if Will's actually in love, I could see it. My ex cheated on me with my best friend. I found out about it and then got engaged to him. Like, you're gonna suspend a lot of disbelief if you want to be in love with somebody.
Did you stay friends with the friend?
No, I didn't talk to her for over a year.
Just a year?
Well, we broke up, and then I went back to being friends with her.
You ain't burned stuff down or nothing? Oh.
No, I wanted to. I wish I would have. Just my life.
You're still your friend?
Yeah, we're still friends.
I'll tell you what, that is the power of chick friendship. Is like I have a friend whose best friend from like kindergarten slept with her boyfriend or something. And
in kindergarten?
Yes. It was a whole thing. Yep.
It was a nap time going around.
God, it was just the floor.
Everybody get your carpet squares.
The floor was littered with garanimals and underoos. And years later, they are best friends again.
Once the periods are synced, that's it.
What's
I'm just saying.
What?
He doesn't know anything about periods. I'm just saying that Will might be the dummy in this scenario. If he really
Just a
does
dummy in love?
If he really does love Jada, everybody does stupid stuff for love. He's just got a spotlight on him. That's my take.
And at the end of the day, it's his life.
Right.
So whatever.
What I'm saying is that you're like, what's the point? What's the point? I don't think there is a point. I think he just wishes she was a different person.
Yeah. No, I mean, what's the point in her doing this?
She seems manipulative.
Seems like a very manipulative and very narcissistic, and I think very jealous of the career that he had compared to the career that she had.
I think she had to give up her career for him.
This is the only thing that gets her name in headlines. Like she hasn't starred in a movie in forever. She hasn't had big roles like he's had. He's won, even after he slapped Chris Rock, he still got an Oscar that night. Yeah. The only reason she was there is because he said, all right, we got to make an appearance as a married couple.
She was a +1 that night.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's pretty wild. She was in those Matrix sequels. I think those are the last movies I saw her in. I don't know what else.
Right, and those are 20 years old.
No, the sequels. Like, remember they did a couple, they brought them back. Like, remember they rebooted it a couple of years ago, and it wasn't very good at all.
The one that...
She was in those.
She was in those?
Yeah. She plays Niobe, so she was in all the sequels.
Well, I know she was in, like, the Reloaded But nobody cared about that movie.
Right. I'm just saying, that's the last thing I saw her in. I don't know what else she's done.
Nobody watched that and was like, I'm watching this for Jada.
She got that Madagascar money.
Who is she in Madagascar?
She's the hippo.
Oh,
yeah.
Gloria.
Yep.
Well, again, that's nothing compared to what
You're right. Her name was Gloria. She pulled that out of thin air. Good for you.
I loved that
I just
movie.
knew the hippo. I didn't remember the name. Mary goes, oh, yeah, Gloria the hippo.
Gloria,
Let me take a break here. Well, we once again, this program has solved other people's problems. You're welcome, Jada and Will. Of course, we began talking about it, flummoxed. But we tossed it around a bit.
I'm going to be honest, still a little flummoxed.
All right, well.
None of it makes sense.
I'll tell you what does make sense. We were all reminded that Gloria is the name of the hippo in the Madagascar movies.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me break here. Another $1,000 for you at 3:30. Listen for that keyword to get some money from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to get to Carnival of Horrors down in Canton, I got a 4-pack of Speed Pass tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Durk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Sunny skies for your Wednesday afternoon with highs in the 60s. Rain moves in tonight with overnight lows in the 50s. Occasional scattered showers tomorrow, otherwise clouds with highs in the 60s.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lesset. Distracted driving is dangerous driving. Be smart. Ohio Laborers remind you to never text while driving. Do your part. Take the Safer Roads Pledge at OhioLECET.com. Together we can stop distracted driving. Build Ohio right. Build a union.
Make Sunny D Vodka Seltzer your drink of choice this game day. Only 95 calories and 0 grams of sugar. Sunny D Vodka Seltzer brings your favorite legendary orange flavor with vodka to your tailgates. Available nationwide where liquor is sold. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Lead Safe Cleveland Coalition is working to protect our children from the harmful effects of lead poisoning. If you're a Cleveland property owner, apply for funding to get your property lead safe certified, or join us and get paid to eliminate the invisible enemy from our city's future. To learn more, go to leadsafecle.org.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know what? This is the time of year, fall, when Window Nation does the best deal that they do all year because it's kind of a wonky time weather-wise, right? It gets really wet, and then a couple of days where it's still going to be 80, but then it gets cold, and you want to start managing your energy bills year-round. You don't want to mess with huge AC bills in the summertime, huge heating bills in the wintertime. Brand new Window Nation windows, expertly installed using top flight materials, and they look great too. Right now, they will give you 2 of them for free for every 2 that you buy, and you'll make no payments for 2 years. That means nothing down to Window Nation, no monthly, and no interest at all. Interest on just about everything is going up. Window Nation keeping their interest at 0% for your brand new windows. If you want to start at windownation.com, easily done. There's a big get a quote button there. You can do a little bit of shopping because they have a ton of styles for your home. Or talk to somebody, 866-90-NATION. Give them my name. 2 free windows right now from Window Nation for every 2 you buy, no limit, and no payments at all for 2 years. 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox at MMS was talking all about it, or go to windownation.com.
There are giants among us, and their impact is huge. They are the men and women building and sustaining our Navy's next-generation submarines. They are giants in what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. If you're ready to go big, get on board. We build giants at buildsubmarines.com.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
For a limited time, mix and match a Filet-O-Fish 10-piece Chicken McNuggets or McCrispy sandwich. Buy one, get one for $1. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
I'm Mo Rocca, and I'm excited to announce Season 4 of my podcast, Mobituaries. I've got a whole new bunch of stories to share with you about the most fascinating people and things who are no longer with us. From famous figures who died on the very same day to the things I wish would die, like buffets. Listen to Mobituaries with Mo Rocca on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to get stuff away.
All right, I want to get down to Carnival of Horrors down there at the Stark County Fairgrounds in Canton. I'll throw you a 4-pack of Speed Pass tickets. Carnival of Horrors. It's always voted Ohio's scariest attraction for about a decade running. 4 haunted attractions for one price, but there's no price to you because you got free tickets. Carnivalofhorrors.com for all the details. A 4-pack of Speed Passes for you and 3 pals. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Rest assured, when all else fails to entertain you, so will he.
You guys suck!
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you in about 9 minutes, 3:30. Be listening for that next keyword. I have double and triple checked to make sure that they're all the correct words. Some days, for whatever reason, there are the incorrect words in there. And, of course, people will rightly blow me up on the text there. Sometimes they auto-generate improperly. So I go through and I double and triple check them so that no one is denied their $1,000. Alan, it's a damn lie that we youngins aren't using dating apps. I'm 28, dating a 19-year-old out here feeling like Bill Squire. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah,
this person is... yeah. That's gross, too, by the way. I know that... I know that's not uncommon, but boy, once you get to a certain point... Yes, granted, my wife is 10 years behind me, but
you didn't start dating her when she was 19.
No, I'm 52 years old, and we've been together for quite some time. And, you know, even when I was younger, I didn't have much in common with people my own age. So granted, I was dating people younger than me. I still don't have anything in common with people my own age. However, if you're almost 30 and you're trolling for 19-year-olds, you gotta grow up, because that's all that is. You know, you're looking for somebody legal, but just on this side of legal. Somebody young enough who will still buy whatever crap you're out there spreading.
Right. Or that.
And I am painting with a broad brush, but I think it's pretty safe to make that call.
Someone who's not going to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Or they don't necessarily know
They're gonna be
their
impressed.
full self-worth yet.
Easily impressed. They're
Yeah,
still
right.
figuring themselves out. Might have a dad complex. That goes a long way, by the way. For younger girls, early 20s, is the dad complex. And there's a lot of dudes more than willing to take advantage of that.
For as complicated as my relationship was with my dad, I never really messed with older dudes. Nothing more than a couple years. Like, I slept with one dude who was significantly older than me.
I think every girl probably has that one guy just to dip their toe in the pool. They're like, you know, because young dudes got their head up their ass most of the time anyway. So, like, here's a guy, might have a couple things going on.
Yeah.
He's got a career.
Right.
He's a nice guy.
Got some money.
Yeah.
Throw around stuff. And
Keeps
yeah.
it tight.
There was one guy, yeah, he was like probably, I was like 22 at the time. And he was well into his 40s. So he was like 20 plus years older than me. And that was a one night stand. And I was like, I don't need to ever do that again. I'm good on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole, you know, daddy issues or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a matter of like grow up for the dude or if it's just like open your eyes. There's a reason why if you're 35, you have to date 19-year-olds. because 35-year-old women don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah, they can see your nonsense coming a mile away.
Right.
Alan, why are you feeling bad for Will Smith? He's a world-class cuck. I mean, that's better than being a garden variety cuck.
I mean, maybe
world-class? That sounds great.
Maybe it does get him off. Maybe he actually is loving all this stuff. He's like, I'm such a bitch right now.
How do you get to be a world-class cuck?
I mean, when everyone in the world knows.
World-class. Man, that sounds good. The Will Smith money is running low. Jade has got to hustle. Alan, I met my now wife of 2 years. 2 years. When I was 29 and wait, that can't be right. 20 years. You left out a zero, homie. When she was 29. Wait, what?
Just read it as written.
I met my now wife of 2 years. They've been married for 2 years. When I was 29 and she was 19. I'm 38 now and she's 28. No, listen, there are people that make it work. No doubt about it. There's a billion permutations. But there are guys that, like, have a laser focus on girls that are barely out of high school. And make no mistake, those chicks are hot. Like, I get it, understand it, but it's usually not above board either. Alan, I've dated guys a handful of years older than me, and me husband... What are you, Irish?
Me husband.
Me husband is a handful of years younger than I, and somehow he's more mature. Mentally, financially. Yeah, no, listen. It's all good. All good. People go, well, she's an old soul. That whole thing, right? Well, it could also be that you're a young soul. It could be that it's not that she's mature, it's that you are immature. And again, as long as you're not making another person's life difficult, no harm, no foul. It just seems like, I've heard anecdotally from listeners over the years and just guys who like dating those really young girls, they don't handle it so well when it goes south.
The girls or the guys?
The guys.
Yeah.
There's this stereotype of girls that just can't keep it together. And yeah, there's psychos on both sides, but there's this stereotype that girls
psychos on
just
both sides.
Can't, they're very fine psychos. There's the old stereotype about girls that are all crazy or whatever. It's always the guys who are like hiding in the bushes when they get dumped.
And they're creating fake phone numbers. The amount of men that harass women after women break up with them is astounding.
It's wild.
And it's just...
What do you think keeps the documentary business in business?
Yeah.
You think Discovery Plus would be a channel if not for women that were trying to fend off guys they broke up with?
But girls love those bad boys, you know? They love those bad boys.
Oh, they sure do. They love the bad boys.
They love them bad boys.
Uh-huh. They sure do.
You know better!
Yeah. Hey, Rat.
Hey, little radio buddies. How's everyone doing?
How you doing, pal?
I'm good, man. When I was 18, I somehow got hooked up with my boss, and she was 30. And, boy, all my man friends and my dudes were proud of me, but all the chicks, they did not like that. But now that I'm 45, looking back, I'm like, that was a pretty big age difference there.
Yeah, but that was because it was your boss, not because of the age difference is why they didn't like it, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was hot, and, and she did have a kid, and I helped kind of raise him for a couple years. But, now that I'm 45, I had this other chick. She's 23, and she was blowing some smoke up my skirt. These videos of her pumping a pillow.
Yeah.
Clapping her butt cheeks like a Venus flytrap, and I got excited, but I realized 23 and 45, that's not me. I can't do that kind of stuff,
Well, listen, once they get them cheeks clapping, Rat is out there in those streets. He's out there.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
And something you guys were talking about boats. When I was a kid, my dad had a boat. It was a bright red Bertram fishing boat, and I didn't understand it back then, but on one side of the boat's name was a treasure chest. The other side was a mermaid without a top on. and right in the middle it said "Snatch Speaker." And I
You
didn't
know,
understand
it's the classiest boats out there that I'm the biggest fan of, really.
Yeah, my stepmom was putting a towel over that thing every time we left the port. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah. 20-degree list.
One more thing for Poundcake. Look up woodlouse spider. It's called a woodlouse spider. Last summer, it was really hot. We got a bunch of rain. I have an old house. It really soaks up the moisture. I was laying on the couch. I felt this thing crawling across my nipple. I flicked it onto the carpet, and I realized it was a woodlouse spider. Once you see a picture of this thing, you'll understand how frightening it is. Now, I crushed it with a pillow, and when I woke up the next day, I removed the pillow. It had melted the carpet.
Oh, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just looked up this picture, and it makes me itchy.
It's got like a pink pill for a butt, and it's probably the most disgusting looking spider you'll find in Ohio. All right, guys, I gotta go.
Wait, Rat, did it mistake you for a woodlouse or what?
Oh, this makes me want to throw up.
I don't know. I got an old house, man. Maybe it thought my nipple was a woodlouse or a roly-poly.
Right.
I ate roly-polies.
Okay. Take care of yourself, Rat.
The Woolly Bear Festival out there on your nipple.
Oh, there's Rat out there. He's fighting off teenage girls and woodlouse spiders. And no, listen, I've told the story when I first moved to Michigan, my first full-time radio gig. I didn't know anything. I was 24. I didn't know anybody. And I started fooling around with one of our sales managers. She was 42 at the time.
How old were you?
I was 24 years old.
24, 42.
Yep. Okay. There's no way to know what that age
I was trying to
difference
do
is.
it, but
I
it
know,
seems impossible.
There is no way to know. Don't even try to figure that out. And it was fun for a minute, but then it just got to be weird. I mean, I was like, okay, it's weird. You start meeting more people, and you want to hang people your own age.
Weird.
Huh?
The more I date and the more I just go through, like, everyone's weird. Everyone's got their thing, and you just got to, like, I'm very accepting of it, but also you just go, I'm catching those red flags early and going, okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, how do you feel about having felt burns? You got to figure that out pretty quickly.
I don't need them.
You know better!
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Caleb in Kent.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show, buddy.
What's up, man?
Hey, you guys are talking about dudes doing scummy things and stalking people. As if there isn't a shortage of documentaries. Just started watching one on Prime called Twin Flames. And
Twin Flames?
Yeah, it follows this like YouTube couple that follows this like philosophy that there is a like ultra soulmate for every person, and they are encouraging people to seek that person out despite the other person not wanting to be involved. And
this another
like
cult documentary?
Yeah, I mean it's essentially a cult thing, but these people are like almost like the Keith Raniere thing, the Nexium.
Oh yeah.
Like these people are paying all this money for these online classes where they're like, well, they're just playing hard to get. You need to stalk them more.
Oh, that's creepy.
You know, it's super creepy, and it's like kind of up to the younger people are more open to scams. It's like, are these people just stupid, or are they that desperate, or is it some kind of combination of both? Like I don't know. I'm 36. None of this would have ever crossed my mind.
It's also a fine line between being tenacious and romantic and stalking someone, because like you watch these movies and the guy stands outside her apartment in the rain and she looks out and he's like, please go out with me. She's like, no. And he stands out there and he's there the next day and it's raining. And she's like, she finally goes, yes, because you were there for a month. It's like in real life, she would have called the cops. She would have had, a restraining order.
Well,
all
that's
this
like
kind
the
of crap.
old-timey love stories. Like, why did you and Grandpa get married? Well, he just wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah.
So I gave in.
I was 13 and he was 30 and he was working the farm and needed to, and it was love at first plow.
Hey.
All right, I'll check that out, Caleb. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those things where if you're holding a boombox over your head, that absolves you of any sort of legal responsibility.
Yeah, it works with a boombox, but not a smartphone.
As long as you're playing Peter Gabriel and blasting it
If
through
you got
your...
a JBL speaker,
Yep,
it's just not the same situation.
Keep a pill speaker in your trench coat at all times. Is that a pill speaker, or are you happy to see me? Thank you, Caleb.
Hey, Alexa,
Alan,
play Peter Gabriel.
Alan, that sales manager from your past is 70 now. Yeah, well, if I got another crack at her, who knows what would happen there, right?
It's also, there's people that believe in fate in a way that's really strange to me. I know someone, not Mary, who's obsessed with a famous person and bought front row seats to see this person in 2 different cities and was convinced that they were going to make a connection with them and they were going to fall in love, and convinced.
You're not making fun of me right now.
I'm not making fun of you right
Okay,
now.
this is another different person.
This is a different person.
I wasn't convinced we were going to fall in love, but if he would have asked me to make out, I would have said yes.
But this person believes this famous guy is her
Who's
future
the famous
husband.
guy?
Future husband.
We don't know the person, so it doesn't really matter. Who's the famous guy?
Theo Von.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but comedy shows,
It is
so dark.
It's more accessible, but he did a meet and greet, so
I guess.
he met her, but she went again because she didn't get him on the first try, and
That's crazy.
and spent a lot of money on front row seats that I know she doesn't have, going into debt to try and make this happen.
So not Mary and John Mayer.
Not Mary and John Mayer.
No, I wasn't front row. I was third row, Alan. You don't listen to the show.
No, I know you were third row, but that's pretty close.
Yeah.
I
don't have front row John Mayer money. I'll tell you that.
You can pick up. It's negligible between front, second, third. You can pick up.
No, it's different.
You can pick up his musk
How
from
much
the
is front
third
row?
row.
Front row was, so we bought it resale. Our tickets were I think with taxes and fees, it ended up being $400 for third row.
Man, I don't love my kids enough to pay $400 to go see them.
For the pair or each?
No, each.
Wow.
Dude, front row, the resale,
I'd be
the
I'll see you
cheapest.
from the mezzanine.
The cheapest we saw for front row floor was $1,900 a piece. That was the cheapest we saw.
Was the third row, though, more packed than the front row?
No, it was all completely
Oh, it
packed.
was.
But here's the thing about floor seats, and I don't know if this is for all shows or just on resale apps or what, they don't tell you what your seat number is until you buy the ticket. So all the floor seats just tell you the row. But
so you
there's
don't know if you're off to the side or something.
right, and
Ooh,
it's because we were kind of off to the side. There was, I think
I'm
there's
surprised. I think it's funny that the John Mayer show had seats.
on the floor.
Yeah,
Why
floor
wouldn't that
seats.
be funny?
Because a lot of shows don't have seats on the floor.
Well, it's a solo tour. It's not like we're moshing in the middle of
I
it.
know,
It's
but
John
there's a
Mayer.
lot. That's why I think it's
gonna
funny.
have seats.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's funny.
But
His crowd is in mom territory now.
so there was 3 floor sections, okay? 1, 2, 3. But the first 3 rows had no break. So the first 3 rows are 50 seats across with no dividers. And then after the 4th row is when it starts being
So if you have to get up and go to the
15,
bathroom,
15.
you have to walk past 75 people.
Yeah,
if you're in the middle.
Excuse me.
So
Excuse me.
we were seats 10 and 11 out of 50. So we were off to the side quite a bit. But I told my friend, I was like, if I would have paid $1,900 to be front row and been in seat 50 all the way off to the side, I would have been furious because they don't tell you until you already get the tickets transferred to you.
$400 I don't think there's any human on this planet I would see.
I don't care.
$400.
And here's the other thing too.
I mean, they sell tickets for Pink Floyd tribute bands for $400 in the first few rows.
That's crazy.
Because they're like, well, I'm not going to see Pink Floyd.
Yeah, they're dead.
And I'm not into Roger Waters' anti-Semitic rants, so I'll go see one of the Pink Floyd tribute bands.
But also, Bill, you wouldn't bat an eye at spending $400 on a pair of shoes.
I have absolutely batted eyes about it.
But you've done it. And
I don't think I've actually ever spent I think of close to $400, but I never spent $400 on a single pair of shoes.
But that's how I feel. Where I'm
buy
that's
most
the
of my
craziest
shoes
thing I've ever heard.
for retail prices. I don't buy
Okay, fine. You wouldn't bat an eye at two $200 pair of shoes. That's nothing.
that's
But you also have the shoes.
Yeah.
But
I
you
can wear
have
them
the
again.
memories of being third row for your favorite artist.
I know. You do.
For me, I
you do
would
have the memories.
I get
yes.
more out of a concert than a pair of shoes. I
Uh-huh.
get more enjoyment out of being that close to John Mayer than any pair of shoes could ever bring me.
Understood.
It's just what you like more than others.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the thing. Is like there's not a shoe that I would. I mean, I guess I paid a lot for the Dave Chappelle tickets when he was doing the Yellow Springs thing. So
Not even those Crocs cowboy boots.
But it was also like Chappelle, Bill Burr, Kevin Hart. It was like a murderer's row
Never heard of
lineup. Alan, see me after the show. You just talked to Bill Burr. The Alzheimer's.
No, I said Kevin Hart. I've never heard of Kevin Hart.
Never heard of Kevin Hart.
Is it Heart? Am I spelling that properly?
No, it's H-A.
Is it Cevin?
Probably.
Oh.
7.
Is he the guy in all those commercials?
He's in every
He's the guy that doesn't say no, right?
He's the guy that's in every single commercial.
He's smart.
Yes,
He doesn't say no.
He's in competing date or
Brand.
sportsbook ads.
Yeah, sportsbook ads.
He's like, use MGM or FanDuel. I don't care. They both pay me.
don't care.
Does he actually say that?
I don't know.
Oh, I was like, that might happen.
No, you're signed to one, but he doesn't say no. That guy. You got to make hay while the sun shines. I get it.
Of the smiles we left behind. Make this stop. What is this?
Memories like the corners of my mind. You were talking about you've got all the memories now.
Someone should do like
John
a funny
Mayer.
version of this.
Make it stop.
And make it memories.
Bill Squire at
Like
the Agora on
boobs.
December 22nd.
Gonna bring
with
that one out
Mary
again.
Santora.
And her memories.
My memories will be there.
Got to take a break here. You want to get those Great White and Slaughter tickets. They are at the MGM Northfield Park in a couple of weeks. They're on a co-headlining tour. So they'll be splitting their time evenly. So if you like those bands, I'll hook you up. Coming back, 35192 when a text for anything else.
Dell.com/gift guide.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
Go see Great White and Slaughter. They're co-headlining a tour currently. It's going to get them here to MGM Northfield Park on the 28th of this month, a couple of Saturdays away. LiveNation.com is going to have all the details for you on the show. You can buy tickets there, too. Strike out with me. Caller 10, you'll get this pair, Great White and Slaughter, on the 28th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Hey, this is show business, people, okay? It's not real-time fun and such.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's a Vegas lie, said the Queen of Spain, but don't tell it to a poor man, 'cause he's got to kill for every thrill the best he can. Everywhere around me, I see jealousy and mayhem, because no man have all their peace of mind to carry them.
Well, our long national nightmare is finally over.
If it's wrong or if it's right.
Steely Dan's Donald Fagen is out of the hospital. He was in for an unspecified illness that forced them to cancel a lot of the dates on that Eagles opening tour. Canceled them in Indianapolis, canceled it here in Cleveland, canceled in Detroit. They got the Steve Miller Band opening up the date here in Cleveland. They're doing the Romo Fijo on Tuesday night. And I was excited because I'm a big Steely Dan fan, and the Eagles are great too. But, you know, with all due respect, Steve Miller not scratching me where I itch. Although, you know, listen, all Rock and Roll Hall of Fame bands, but Donald Fagen is the last man standing in Steely Dan. Well, sitting. My wife likes to point out that he sits now. But he is a piano player. I mean, he's not Jerry Lee Lewis. He's not standing up playing the piano.
Marrying his cousin.
His cousin.
She's my wife, and I love her.
Right. So, anywho, they didn't say how Donald Fagen was infirmed, but he is out of the hospital, and they've called in favors from friends to fill those opening slots. Sheryl Crow opened up for the Eagles out in Denver a couple of nights ago. And then, of course, the Indianapolis and Cleveland shows will be the Steve Miller Band. Vince Gill, who is part of the Eagles now, is going to just do a full solo set to open the Detroit show and the Pittsburgh show. Vince Gill in Pittsburgh on Sunday. Hey, what's up, everybody? There's no Steely Dan tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of Steely Dan will be played by Vince Gill. Please come to the front. But Steely Dan will return to the road with the Eagles November the 2nd in Atlanta. You lucky, lucky sons of bitches. By the way, I hope if you follow me on Instagram, you've seen the lovely little gift that I've left for you today in honor of Cardi B's 31st birthday. Just a little something from me to you. Hope you enjoy. Hard to believe she's 31. She easily looks 45. But there she is. It's hard to keep it tight when you're out there on the road. Cavaliers lose by 1 point last night. Preseason opener. There's no big stakes. They were in Atlanta to play the Hawks. It was 108-107. Amani Bates doing pretty well there. That was his NBA debut, I believe.
Correct.
He's the pride of Ypsilanti, Michigan. We've got a handful of Bureau Chiefs who listen to the show. We got Alicia in Ypsi. We got Kevin. Probably Amani Bates homers. He went to Eastern Michigan University. And his very first time in an NBA game was last night. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, if you are one of our bureau chiefs, I'd like to know where people are. Scott's in Allentown, Pennsylvania. That's just a song, a town that begs for a song to be written about it. Somebody should get on that.
Yeah.
Trish.
But not you, Billy Joel.
Who's that?
William Joel.
Oh, William Joel, yeah.
He's
Is he the guy that got
the
famous?
guitar man, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
got famous from the Santa Claus song?
That's a different guy.
Holly listens in Durant, Iowa, wherever that is, but thank you. Joey's in Nashville. Brian is our bureau chief in Hackensack, New Jersey. Not to be confused with Sack and Hack. It's Principal Fun listens there. And you can leave messages there. You can also drop voicemails on our after hours line. People go, hey, how's Jenna doing? I still get messages from Jenna every single day. It seems that she was on hold last week, and I just couldn't get to her. It seems that on the rare occasion that she calls live, she's fine. The voicemails, not so much. That's what she leaves on the voicemail, multiple times daily. But I only regret I didn't have time to get to her live last week.
Hey, Alan. Listening to Tuesday's show, you were a little confused on Mary's logic around magicians. I thought maybe I could help you out. That's her logic. So even though it's not logical, it's still her logic, and that's all that matters. Just like nowadays, people have their truths. It might not be the truth, but it's their truth. And you just need to accept that, because that's the world we live in nowadays. Hate the show.
Amen.
I can't tell if he's making fun of me or you.
I think he's making fun
or
of
both of
everything.
us.
I think he's making
the fun of the current state of the world. I think that is.
Oh, okay. I was having a hard time clamping down on that one. I didn't know what he was. Okay. Well, yeah, right? It's
Let me live my truth, Alan.
let her live. Yeah, okay.
I think it's your reasoning is better terminology than that's your logic.
You don't have to understand it. It doesn't affect literally anyone else in the world but me.
I will tell you this.
So it doesn't matter what you think.
It affects magicians.
No, I'm not saying anything to them. I'm not out here causing problems.
I'll say
But
this.
they could use your money.
Freshman year in college, part of my philosophy track, we had to take a class called Truth. It was a full semester. Class was called Truth.
There.
And we had to study like Aristotelian syllogistics and the theories of logic. And it's not as straightforward as people make it sound. Logic. So Mary's right. I think we had to study between realist and non-realist logic. And Mary is more on the non-realist side.
Right.
Right? But that's just one half of it. There's the metaphysical parts of it. Very interesting. So that's why I didn't know if he was making fun of me or you or everything.
Everything.
I think everything. And that's his truth.
Right.
That's his logic.
Like logical realists, I would probably put myself more in that camp, right? You believe that there are objective laws of logic. Mary is more of an anti-realist. She's more of a conceptualist, right?
Explain that.
Huh?
Explain that.
Well, that the thought that logic doesn't ascribe objective reality to things. That you can't know those things. There's no way to know those things. They're only discovered through experimental inquiry, right? That you can't, that's all the philosophical part of it. You can't know anything.
I guess to me...
Whereas to me, logic is more tethered to facts that are independent of our language or...
I think my definition when I hear the word logic is like...
The rapper.
Yeah, honestly. Like it just... When I say like I can see the logic there. Like I can see how someone goes from A to B to C, whether or not I agree with it or whether or not I think it's true. I don't think logic and truth have anything to do with each other.
Well, that's where you're wrong. They do.
But I don't think that they do. They don't have to. Someone can have a logical train of thought that is completely untrue.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the difference between realistic logic and anti-realistic logic. So that's why this class I had to take was called Truth, because it was rooted in that. But it goes back to, what is that for you? So you either think it's objective or you think it's subjective. You are describing a subjective belief in truth and logic, whereas I adhere more to objective laws. I don't know which one of us is right. We're probably both right. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, sure. Agree to disagree.
Well, no. I'm saying we're both right. Right. We're both right or wrong. It's not even an agree to disagree. I mean, it's. I'm making the case that there's probably no way to know. There are separate schools of thought,
math now?
but there's no way to know. It's not math. I wish it were.
Math makes sense all the time. That's why I like
all
math.
the time.
Then how come we can never get the right answer?
Because you guys aren't logically true about math. It's very simple. Open your eyes. So all right there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mark in Berea. Hello.
Hey, Alan, I know where that sound clip from the voicemails comes from. It's from a record called The Crusher by the Novas. It came out in 1964. It's a garage rock tribute to a local wrestler, and the Ghoul used to play the first few seconds of it.
What voicemail are you talking about?
That one you just played. Oh, that lady, when she calls in live, she sounds fine, but when she leaves voicemail, she sounds, and then you played the yelling.
Well, yeah, that's her yelling, yeah.
I'm not sure if that's her or if it comes from the Novas record.
Well, no, that is her. That's what I'm saying. That's the only message she ever leaves me is her growling.
Okay, in that case, she better see a doctor.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, I think she's developmentally challenged or something. She's blind for one thing. But my point is, when she calls live, and she used to leave voicemails that kind of made sense. When she calls live, we have like a normal conversation. But she leaves a lot of voicemails, and they're all just that. So it's fascinating to me. But
well, I hope she gets the help she needs.
I will check out The Crusher. Okay, Mark.
The Cramps did a cover version of it too.
Oh, love the Cramps.
Do that.
Yeah, that's not Jenna, but
same,
I take your point. Yes. Okay, thank you, Mark. There's Mark, another fine showing from a native Berean. Are you happy to hear from Mark? Do you know that guy? Don't all Bereans know each other?
No.
Oh, no?
Mm-mm. That's very...
It's like that old joke about the guy who goes to the intergalactic meeting of the planets, and he's talking to other aliens, and they go, where are you from? He goes, I'm from Earth. They go, oh, Earth. Do you know John?
Not all Earthlings. I get it. We don't all know each other.
Right.
What if we did, though? That'd be crazy.
That would be wild. You know, it's funny. I mentioned this to you guys off the air, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this, but ever since Matt Rife accidentally popped in and did the show yesterday, I'm beset on all sides now by people asking me if I have any way of getting them tickets for Matt Rife. And, of course, fortunately, I don't have to lie. I go, no, his whole tour is sold out, right? He's coming back to do Hilarities in November. The tickets went on sale in January and sold out in about 20 minutes. That's what they're starting to see with this Taylor Swift movie. You know, I mentioned that Exorcist, that reboot of The Exorcist was supposed to come out this coming weekend, but nobody wanted to open a movie against the Taylor Swift concert film with good reason. They're like, no one will see our movie. And this happens all the time, you know, with like big tent pole pictures, summertime, things like that. There's a lot of it's like a chessboard when these studios want to release their movies. They don't want to go up against certain movies, and nobody wants to open the same weekend as Taylor Swift's concert film. They've already sold north of $100 million worth of pre-sale tickets for her movie. They've sold another $50 million overseas. So opening weekend, the movie will have $150 million in ticket sales.
What if the biggest movie of all time ends up being the Eras Tour?
Taylor
Probably
Swift, the
will be.
Eras Tour.
It
Yeah.
probably will be.
I thought it was about, I was completely screwed up because I thought it was a documentary about the RFK Jr. presidential campaign.
And what led you to believe that?
Because he's up there going, era.
Wow, we're so far from break.
Sorry.
Yeah, we were like, you just keep saying it. That'll make it sink in.
Because, the Kennedys, Mary. Anyway, $150 million in tickets there.
Pre-sale.
For T-Swift. Pre-sale.
And it's just going to go up.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, because there's so many people that wanted to go to the concert that couldn't, and now they can. Or they
it's
can
also,
relive it.
I was going to say, it's
$13.
It's also people who went to go see her and are going to see it again.
Mm-hmm.
Because
see it again and again and again.
For people who do not have a parasocial relationship with their favorite artist, they go, I saw the tour. I don't really need to see it again.
Well,
not Taylor Swift fans are going to go, I want to see it over and over and over again.
It's also very long.
They were there, but they probably weren't really there. Like, some of them probably got tickets and their nosebleeds because that's all they could afford. And then on top of that, they're watching most of the concert through their phone. They're not.
No, they're watching on the Jumbotron, which is all this is going to be.
But I'm saying they're not going to go to a concert like that and not post it on social media.
Right.
Like it's almost like you would be crazy not to. But I think I paid all this money. I'm going to enjoy the moment. Like, I'm here. A lot of people tried to get tickets and they couldn't. But no, they got a broadcast that they're there. It's a status symbol. Like, it's status. You got to the Eras Tour and you're going to let everyone else know that you.
Yeah, but is it? It feels, I know what you're saying, but it also feels numerically that the status is diluted if the whole tour is sold out and everyone's doing the same thing.
But it's not, because it's only 80,000 people in a...
Only 80,000 people got to go.
I understand that, but a lot more, as you can see from just the movie, a lot more people wanted to go that couldn't. So 80,000 people in, what's the metropolitan of Cleveland?
Couple million people.
Couple million people. That's not that many. That's the size of Lakewood, right? Lakewood has 60,000, 80,000? I don't know. Parma. Let's say Parma.
I was going to say, I don't think Lakewood's that big.
Parma has 80,000 people. So... that's the whole city of Parma is at the Eras Tour, and Cleveland can't go. They're going to post it on social media. They're going to rub it in their face.
Rub it in their face.
What's the runtime on it? I think it's like almost 3 hours
It's
long.
like almost 4 hours. I think it's 3:30.
Is it almost 4 hours?
4 hours?
Because it's the
Bill,
whole show, right?
You watch 3-hour comic book movies.
Yeah.
So why would this surprise you?
I'm not filmed though. Because it's a long time to be in a theater, even if it's a comic book. Like when the Batman came out and I found out it was a 3-hour movie, I was like, I don't know, it needs to be 3 hours, but whatever. I'm not saying I blame anybody for going.
3 hours
I'm
and 15
just saying
minutes.
that's a long time.
I like one of the Google questions is, will the Eras Tour movie be rated R? For full frontal nudity. It's an NC-17.
44 songs, 10 acts.
Ugh. You said 3 hours and 15 minutes?
3 hours and 15
That might be shorter than some of the movies you've seen, Bill.
No, it's not.
What's the longest Guardians of the Galaxy?
Like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. Not even. Probably 2
But
and a
that's
half.
got a talking raccoon, Mary.
Oh, sorry.
To the best of my knowledge, the Taylor Swift
And a
tour
variety
film
of artists
doesn't have a talking raccoon. But she can do anything. I wouldn't put it past her.
You don't know that.
Beyonce's tour is their Renaissance tour is gonna have a movie as well. This is gonna save Hollywood because they're not putting out films right now, or they're not doing well with putting out films. So these two heavy hitters are gonna bring in a few $100 million.
Avengers Endgame is 181 minutes long, and you saw that like 4 times in the theater. That's 3 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah.
So this is only 14 minutes longer than that.
Right. It's a long movie.
I'm just saying, don't get hung up.
I
When you've
wasn't
done
hung
it,
up on it. I just was saying it's a long movie. I was pointing out that it has a long runtime.
Imagine how loud these movie theaters are going to be.
oh, insane.
Costumes and people exchanging friendship bracelets. Ugh.
Again,
never.
all of
Crying.
that stuff is also happening at comic book movies.
No one has
People
friends there.
People are dressing
one
up.
has
They
friends.
all have costumes and go to the midnight showings or the 11 p.m. showings that they wait in line for 7 hours for to make sure they get the seat that they want.
No, that's kind of past.
Is it? Because people were doing that for Endgame.
No, no, because you buy your ticket in advance and you pick your seat in advance.
That was more of a Star Wars thing than a Marvel thing, I think.
And
was the
I don't think I
costumes.
ever saw anybody dressed up in a costume. Like maybe one movie, I think somebody dressed like Iron Man, but
Bill couldn't see anybody dressed up because he had his Iron Man helmet on, Mary.
See, that's the problem. Just blind to
By
it.
way of comparison, there are more than 4,200 showtimes already sold out. Most theaters are going to start showing the movie at 6 o'clock on Friday. By way of comparison, the showtimes that were sold out on Barbie's premiere night were only 500. Of course, that's a $1 billion movie.
Can't wait to see how much it's going to be on like Amazon, like when it goes to streaming. They're going to wait as long as they possibly can for it to go to streaming. And then they were like, okay, it's going to be $39.99 for like a one-time purchase.
So they're kind of comparing it to Barbie and Spider-Man No Way Home.
right? Yeah. Which that's another $1 billion movie. So it could be like a top 5, maybe top 10. I don't know if it'll hit the #1 movie of all time, which is I think is Avatar again because they did like a re-release of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's incredible. She's blown away all these other pop stars. Just the numbers that she's putting up are incredible. Even bigger than Michael Bublé.
Not Jackson.
I just saw Poundcake getting steamy.
Uh-huh. I saw the Michael Jackson.
Bigger than Michael Jackson now.
There's a leather jacket going on auction today. Leather jacket he wore in the black or white video.
How much you
Cool.
paying, Cody?
Yeah, you going to throw in?
No.
He didn't care for the tchotchkes, I don't think.
No, I saw Whitney Houston dress up for bid, and I would love to buy it, but one, it's not my size, and two, I don't have any money. But one, I have to shrink to get that size.
Yeah, he was little, right?
She.
Oh.
He's talking about the Whitney.
But like
Houston.
Michael Jackson, he was so
He's
skinny.
tiny.
Yeah.
He was tall, though.
Was he tall?
How
I don't think he was
tall?
tall.
He was pretty tall.
He's much smaller now.
Yeah.
How tall is Michael Jackson? 5'9". That's not tall.
I thought he was like 6'2" or
5'9",
something.
132 pounds.
Yeah, he's wearing sequined tap shoes or whatever with heels in them. I mean,
136 pounds.
That is an itty-bitty little
Bro,
man.
that's 6 pounds lighter than me, but 7 inches taller.
That's a cheerleader. That is
That
a
is
cheerleader weight.
skinny. 5'9", 136.
Yeah, if you look at him in like the bad video or like the You Are Not Alone, like he has no body fat. You see ribs. I can't remember the last time I just saw, the good old days where I saw my ribs. Like,
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
The good old days when he saw his ribs.
yeah, I remember the last time I saw my ribs like that.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the Taylor Swift, they're just already printing money on this movie. The top-selling cities, no surprise, New York, L.A., Chicago, Boston, and Philadelphia all have scores of sold-out screenings. They originally priced the movie tickets at $20 and $13, and the average movie ticket there, $20.
Do you think everybody that goes to see it is going to sing along?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Think of how loud these movie theaters are going to be.
Brian's ex-wife got tickets for her and his daughter Blake. They're going to go. And Blake is so excited.
Better them than
Even-
him.
Yeah, well, she's so excited even just to see Taylor Swift on a TV screen. So,
Yeah.
they're already all amped up.
I'm going to break here. If you want to shoot me a text, 35192, I have another $1,000 for you at 4:30. We're also going to talk to comedian Ryan Hamilton. He'll be on the phone. He and Bill are doing a show at Playhouse Square on Saturday night, so we'll catch up with him. And I will have Lewis Black tickets for you, too, if that's more your speed. He's coming back about a week and a half to do MGM Northfield Park, so we'll do those next.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC,
Vice Munchkin Strength, frozen coffee blended with pumpkin munchkins, plus caramel drizzle, whipped cream, and more caramel drizzle on top. Yes, please.
Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app? Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, comedian Lewis Black is going to be on this show tomorrow, but 1 week from Friday, he will be back to perform for you at the MGM Northfield Park Center stage, Friday, October 20. Ticketmaster.com's got the details for you. I've got your tickets all week. If you love Lewis Black, he's still doing the Off the Rails tour next Friday here in Cleveland. Caller 10, these tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's looking for people who like to laugh.
How you doing?
Just so he can see their disappointment.
Aww.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm from Idaho, and nobody knows how to react to that. It's okay. Nobody ever knows how to react. I live in New York City. They have no clue. Like, where are you from? Idaho? Why? I don't know. That's where I done been born. That's why. I have no clue. I'm from a town of 1,000 people in Idaho. You say that out loud in New York City, and the feeling that comes back is, can we send money? People don't think you can become well-rounded when you're from a small town, but I really think that you can, because you have to do everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not in the high school musical in a town of 1,000 people, it doesn't exist. You have to be in it. And I'm not talking about students. This is everybody has to be involved.
There's Ryan Hamilton, who is from a small town in Idaho, but he never let that stop him from chasing his dreams. And what'd you do, Ryan? You just threw a lasso around a star, didn't you?
I threw a lasso around the moon, and I pulled it down, you know?
Yeah. He really did. Ryan Hamilton is back to perform for you on Saturday night. He and special guest Bill Squire. It's Saturday night at the Mimi, Ohio Theater. You know, we have a listener named Ashley who lives and listens in Rexburg, Idaho, which is not far from where you grew up.
That's exactly right. That's right there. I went to school in Rexburg, Idaho.
Did you really? Maybe we have that listener because of you when you've been on the show in the past. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe. Who knows? People from Idaho follow me around. There's always somebody in the crowd from Idaho everywhere I go, which is interesting because people don't leave Idaho very often, but they're there. So who knows?
My favorite lazy headline of this past summer was, it was a write-up of one of your tour stops. Meet Ryan Hamilton, the comedian who was hit by a bus.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's got a little bit more going on than that.
Don't worry about that Netflix special. He got hit by a bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get hit by a bus. That's the thing. I mean, you'll hear all about it, so they're not that wrong. But I had to talk about it, you know? I don't really know what else to do. I can't imagine being a stand-up comedian, getting hit by a bus and not bringing it up.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. And that was my thought is, you know, pain and infirmity aside, you're lying there going, I got a new 20 minutes right here.
I'm pushing 40. Yeah. It's you know, I say, like, I can't get hit by a bus, wander up here and go, paper clips are weird, you know, like they are, but I got to talk about this bus stuff right now.
Do you get a lot of pushback from bus drivers?
It's a year and a half ago now, so I have a little space from it, and I've realized that it's I thought it was a tragedy, but it's a comedy, getting hit by a bus. Because if someone says I was hit by a car, people go, oof, I'm so sorry. But if someone says I was hit by a bus, people go, oof. How did you not see that? They're so big.
Yeah.
Do you get pushback from bus drivers like that was your fault? You should have seen the bus, like this, and they all come at you and they're like, just another stupid civilian doesn't know how to use a crosswalk.
Sometimes people leave the show, and I wonder if they're bus drivers.
Yeah,
I just pushed it too far.
Was it in New York? Is that what it happened at home?
It happened in Los Angeles, actually. I was flying home from a gig in Hawaii, and I landed in L.A., and this was like at the height of the Omicron variant, if you remember all of this. And so walking through the airport, I get an alert on my phone that I'd been exposed to COVID, and I walk to the hotel. But I always walk to this hotel at LAX because it turns out I didn't like shuttle buses before any of this. So
they didn't win you over with this.
No, this didn't help. So I'm in the hotel for 10 days, and my first day out was January 1. And that's when this happened to me. I was walking to pick up a rental car, and I just felt like an anti-vaxxer's dream. I mean, I was in the crosswalk with the light and vaccinated, and I still got clipped. So I don't know.
And you were probably feeling great because you just got back from Hawaii, for God's sake. And so you're like, oh, man, it was a lot of fun. It was probably you and a bunch of, other high-profile comics or what. You probably ran into somebody you knew there, and you're walking on a cloud because it's so much fun.
Oh, I was in the best mood. I was back to work after all of this. And, from Hawaii, I got through it. I was going to see my family for the holidays. And then, this happened January 1, which is such a hopeful day. And things turned around.
It really is.
Fast,
people are making resolutions, and they're thinking about the year to come. And, it was a weird time still, as you said, because everybody was laser focused on their subvariants or whatever.
Was your New Year's resolution that year to get hit by a bus? Because you would have knocked it out. Like day one, you nailed it.
No, actually, I had to give up all my resolutions and go, let's focus on walking for a while.
Right.
Maybe we'll reassemble our skeleton for the new year, this year. It was something else.
At the very least, you would want your resolution at that point in time to be hit by a Walmart truck, because
make some money off
it has worked out in a way. A terrible tragedy in some ways, but worked out for other people in other ways.
Yeah, I know we know who you're talking about, but yeah, that's that sounds. I mean, I would trade everything if this has never happened. It's just awful, of course. But,
of course.
Yeah, but it was. Now there's just I don't look forward to New Year's Eve. I never have, but now this last year was the anniversary, and there's this. We always have this ridiculous countdown, but now it leads directly to trauma.
Right.
It's just 3, 2, 1 shuttle bus.
Ryan Hamilton is back in Cleveland. He and special guest Bill Squire over at the Mimi Ohio Theater. The show is Saturday night at 8 o'clock. I assume you can go to playhousesquare.org and get these tickets. Has most of the run been theaters, Ryan?
It's been a real mix, but I've been doing a lot more theaters. Yeah, mostly theaters. But it's a mix of things. And believe it or not, I have one arena on the tour.
Nice. I saw that. Nice. That's out there in Salt Lake City, right?
Yeah. I can't. That still kind of blows my mind. Yeah, in Salt Lake City. Yeah.
So, are you like Brian Regan? Are you like a local hero out there where you can just go and do like the football stadium or do whatever size venue you want?
I wouldn't say I'm like, I don't know what it is. We did really well last year. I will say I have no problem getting around town. Nobody knows who I am when I'm outside, but we've been able to sell some tickets there, so it's been really great. Yeah.
Maybe it's close enough to home where they say, look, we don't get a lot of action out here. Here's a guy from Idaho. It's close enough. Let's show him some love.
Yeah. I mean, the line between southern Idaho and Utah is pretty, they think it's very different. It's all the same. But,
it is all the same, isn't it?
With you being a clean comic, do you get a lot of families that come out to see you?
Oh, I think I lost you. Are you there?
Yeah, we hear you. Do you hear us? Oh, I don't know that he hears us. Do you hear us?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there we go. I think my phone system was futzing around. Yeah. Yeah, Bill wanted to know, the question was, because you're a clean comic, do you have families that come to see you?
Yeah, I do. I like it. I mean, I have sometimes 3
That's more tickets.
generations. You know, yeah, it's great. I don't mind it at all. I'm happy. I get a lot of young married couples, but often, 3 generations will come all together. I'm like, the hippest couple on the cul-de-sac. They're at my show.
Yeah. Well, my parents always are excited when you come to town, and they saw that you're coming, and they're like, "Can you get tickets?" I'm like, "Well, I'm actually opening for Ryan, so I'll see what I can do." They're like, "Okay, we'll still go."
Yeah. Like, how much time are you doing? We'll show up maybe the last couple of minutes of your set and see Ryan in full, and that'll be a great night out. Is there a part of you, Ryan, in your brain as a creative guy who knows what he's doing? Is there any part of you that goes, I want to write, and not X-rated, but I want to write like a dark, filthy set? You have that in you at all, or no?
Sure, sometimes I think I just want to be like edgy and like, push people around on their, push the boundaries. And every time I do it, it doesn't work. I don't know. It doesn't come out.
Here's what I notice about you is you do have a bit of an attitude, especially like from when you started to where you are now. It's not like you're going up there and you're like, it's a love fest. And you're like, you know who I love? Every person on the planet. Right. It's a lot of nuanced anger towards stupid people, which I appreciate a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I often have to find myself like, how can I make this friendly? Like people, my special's called Happy Face. And so I get this thing, but I think people forget that the joke is I look like this, but I don't feel like this. That's the joke. So I have to look in the mirror and go, how do I live my life like this? Looking like an ice cream salesman, but not feeling like it. It's so. And then I don't curse or whatever on stage, so it comes out like, I think people just go, we're gonna have a good time, and I think they do. But
absolutely they do. You're incredibly funny, and like I said, there's a precision in it where you know how to walk that line of being funny, but also having a little bit of a as edgy as you can be without stepping over that line where it's just like it's very hard to put into words because you are happy and smiling, but there is I don't want to say rage.
It's like
it's
anger. It's a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Is kind of what it is.
But I love it. It's like Happy Bill Burr.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. That's very nice. Sometimes I'm in a group after a show, people I don't know, and they'll be like, "We really liked the show. Thank you so much." And someone will go, "And it was just clean. I can't believe it." And then someone else will go, "It wasn't clean. I don't like that stuff." And then they go, "Wait a minute. It was clean." Like they don't think about it till after.
Right.
And
that's the best compliment. Yeah, that's the best.
Mm-hmm. Ryan, Happy Face is a few years old. Are you working up to a new special, or are you working it out on tour? Is that not even in your brain right now?
No, it's in my brain. I'm trying to, get it out there. I mean, I have the material, really. So if you're coming to see me, I'm doing really long sets right now because I've got all this material backed up. So I'm trying to get a special out there. We're looking for, nobody seems to be beating down my door at the moment, but we might just release it. We're looking at different options, but I would love to get it out there.
It's going to do well. Do you got names for it? Like the bus stops here or
actually
putting the bus in Buster?
I have a potential name, which does refer to a line, but it's My Big Break.
There you go.
Yeah. We'll see.
I tagged Ryan in a photo I took last year. We were having dinner at a friend's house, and they had a Pee Wee Herman doll. And it looked exactly like Ryan. Remember that? And I tagged you in it.
I do remember that.
And it wasn't that you look like Pee Wee Herman. I looked at it and I go, that looks like somebody bought a Ryan Hamilton doll. It was like it was so wild. And of course now Paul Rubens has passed. And so I just tell people now when we're over there again that where'd you get that Ryan Hamilton doll? And they kind of cock their head, but it's all good.
Yeah, that's great. I'm a fan. And
are you doing any of those Seinfeld Gaffigan dates, or are you just out running your own thing?
I would have. I didn't get the invite on those, but I think they're just doing a handful of them. But those look really fun. I did just open for Seinfeld a couple of months ago here in New York at the Beacon Theater. Those gigs are always really fun. And I've opened for Gaffigan too before. Yeah.
Any truth to the rumor, now that it's kind of out there from Jerry's mouth, any truth to the rumor that you will be playing Cosmo Kramer in the Seinfeld reboot?
I just heard about this kind of through some other comedians last night, that there was some mention of this. I have not heard anything about any of it, but that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think I'd be playing Elaine before I play Kramer.
I was going to say, hey, keep an open mind, man. You never know these days, They've got to that's a very 90s show. If they're going to truly reboot it, it's got to be very 21st century.
Be Jerry's long lost son or something.
There you go. That's right.
He met a lady in Iowa. And then there you are.
There you are. Idaho.
Met
a lady in Idaho.
I should know this. My
You
brother lives in Idaho.
There you go.
Yeah.
Ryan Hamilton is back in Cleveland on Saturday night with Bill Squire. It is at the Mimi Ohio Theater in Playhouse Square. Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Get all of his details on social media. Ryan Hamilton with an E on the end. As if it were Ryan Hamilton is where you can find him. And good luck out there, pal. I always like talking to you.
It's great to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it. And looking forward to the show, Bill. We're going to have a good time.
I can't wait. I'll see you on Saturday.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, man.
Guys.
You got it. There's Ryan Hamilton. Let me give you this $1,000 here. As promised, this money, a little late, better late than never. It's a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now.
leaving children at greater risk of injury or death in home fires. As a global leader in fire safety, Kidde believes this issue is cause for alarm, and they're on a mission to help families everywhere protect every moment. To get involved, visit causefораlarm.org. That's causefораlarm.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Here come the Hawks, the mighty Black Hawks. Take the attack, yeah, and we'll back you, Black Hawks.
I was watching my A team and my B team play last night.
Yeah.
What's that?
They were duking it out.
Duking it out.
Getting the season started.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Chicago Blackhawks, and at Pittsburgh Penguins. It was 4-2 Blackhawks. We got this kid, this Connor Bedard. He's an 18-year-old phenom from Vancouver, and he was going first overall in the draft because the Blackhawks usually stink. They scooped him right up, and he basically did everything but score a goal last night. He looked
An
good.
assist, yeah.
And but it was a great game. Beat the Penguins in Pittsburgh. But for me, the story is the guys on the Pens making history. When I was still in Pittsburgh and still doing announcements for Penguins games, they drafted a teenage kid named Sidney Crosby. They called him Sid the Kid. And he and Evgeny Malkin and what's his name, Chris Letang, they are going to be the longest tenured trio in the history of North American professional sports. All three of these guys have played together on the Penguins for 18 years.
Dang.
That's crazy.
It's the only team Sidney Crosby's played for. The previous record were the Yankees. 95 to 2011, it was Jeter, Mariano Rivera, and Jorge Posada was the third guy. Those guys have been teammates for 17 seasons. But the trio there, I mean, Sidney Crosby's 36 years old now. It's wild. But they drafted him in 2005. He was 18 years old. So they will be the longest tenured trio in professional sports. Now, you know, if one of them, I don't know, gets hit by a bus and doesn't come back from it, they'll still have that record. But the Blackhawks over the Penguins in Pittsburgh last night, 4-2. For people who are paying attention to professional hockey, there it is. And not everyone does. I realize that. Not everybody cares about hockey. But I like hockey a lot, and so I pay attention. And for my Blackhawks, the only way to go is up, quite frankly, because they've been stinking it up for a minute. So everybody got moist in the shorts over them grabbing this Connor Bedard kid, so we'll see what happens there.
He's so young. Like, when you see him, you're like,
looks like
this
he's
is
12.
the guy?
Yeah.
He looks like a little boy.
You got to get him young. You got to get them when they're soft, when they're like a veal, so you can hammer them into being amazing hockey players. I mean, he already is.
I feel weird calling him attractive.
Why?
I don't
He's
know.
18. He's a good-looking kid. He's 18, 185 pounds.
I know.
Comes
but
out of Vancouver, gets scooped up by the Blackhawks.
He looks
Come
like
on.
a twinky twink, and I'm just not used to seeing born 2005. It just seems so weird.
Yeah, he's a soft Canadian boy.
Stop.
2005. A soft Canadian boy. Yeah.
He is considered one of the greatest ice hockey prospects of his generation.
He looks better in gear.
Well,
He
everybody
looks
does.
more like a
I mean,
man,
Yeah,
yeah.
because he got the pads. He's filled out a little bit.
Yeah, he can't walk around in no hoodie or a t-shirt.
Why not? He's 185. That's heavier than you.
Oh, all right.
You get on top and you know.
Okay.
I mean, you'd know he was there is all I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah.
The weight of a man, Cody.
Yeah,
Talk about
the
that
weight
all
of a
the
man.
time.
Yeah.
I'm missing that
Mhm.
nowadays.
That's right. So, yeah, because we lost Patrick Kane. We lost Jonathan Taze. Lost those guys. Now we got Connor Bedard, and they're putting all their eggs in that basket, boy. But beat the Penguins in Pittsburgh last night. Pittsburgh, by the way, at the top of the list of the cities that have filmed the most horror movies in them. I assume it started with George Romero filming Night of the Living Dead in his backyard. But Pittsburgh has 104 horror films under their belt. They're number one. Somebody did a huge ranking. I got to tell you, I went through the whole list. I could not find Cleveland. I found every other city. Dayton's like number 5. Cincinnati, Kettering, East Cleveland. Like, I couldn't find, or Cleveland Heights, rather. I couldn't find Cleveland on this list, these rankings of cities that have had the most horror films filmed there.
That's because living here's a nightmare, Alan.
I mean, either I missed it or, but it can't be right.
But
that
these
it's
are
not on there.
I mean, Cleveland Heights is considered Cleveland. Like, it's not Cleveland proper, but all of Northeast Ohio, we would
I'm
say
just saying they specified Cleveland Heights. I would think that Cleveland would get its own entry. Baltimore, Missouri City, Texas. That's got to be. That just screams tax abatement.
Well, that's probably the Texas Chainsaw Massacres. Do they
Or
film them out
anything
there?
that needs a farmhouse, which is all
Yeah.
friggin' horror movies, opening up over
Yeah, we don't have any of those around here.
a pan over
Yeah, if you need
water.
that, yeah. If you want to be able to film in the winter, though.
Cincinnati, Toledo, Dayton. Oh yeah, maybe.
But again, if it was around here and you need a farmhouse, that's not going to be Cleveland. That's going to be Medina or Lodi or something.
Yeah, I just Cleveland. I didn't find it on. You know, there's been a ton of movies shot in Detroit. Is that all bombed out? I mean, you think I don't know. Whatever. I was just surprised. That's
I watched I watched 2 scary movies over the weekend.
Oh,
Totally Killer on.
Very fun.
Very fun.
Amazon Prime.
Not a scary movie at all, really. It's more, it's a horror comedy.
Julie Bowen's good in it.
She is, and I thought it was good. I thought it was a fun movie. And then I watched Hellraiser for the first time.
The original
reboot?
one?
The original.
Oh, you've never seen the original?
Never seen the original.
Really?
I'm not the horror guy. So I watched it.
Yeah, but that's like a 40-year-old movie now.
I haven't seen it either.
Wow.
But I didn't watch it when I was a kid because it looked terrifying from the cover, and it seemed too demonic to even try and even sneak into our house. But I loved it. I thought it was great.
That's a lot of fun.
We are going.
I love practical effects, man. It's so much more fun than the CGI. That was the one thing that was bothering me in Totally Killer is every time someone gets stabbed, it's that CGI blood that just sucks.
Yeah, it's gross.
That new Saw came out, Saw 10. And so Brian's like, let's watch that, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, actually, I think all these movies are connected. Like, we might have to start over and watch them all the way through. And I was going through and reading the synopsis for all of them. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is the one where this, and this. And I did that 5 movies in a row. And he was like, for someone who doesn't like horror movies, you've seen every horror movie. And I was like, well, these came out. Saw started coming out when I was in middle school, which I think middle school is when you start to watch horror movies. Like, you go, because you can't do anything else. You're not old enough to do anything else. So you go to the movies with your friends, you sneak into the rated R, whatever. And so we've been watching those. We just started the 5th one.
Doesn't Saw 10 happen between timeline-wise, between a couple of the early ones?
That I don't know.
I think that's the backstory on that.
We just started Saw 5, and I'm like, dude, these movies are good. These movies are so good. Like, when I talk about wanting a psychological thriller, I think Saw's the perfect amount of psychological thriller that has a great plot, great ending, and enough gore to keep people.
It's a lot of gore.
It's really not that much. Like comparatively, I watched that new Evil Dead with Brian, and I've seen some of
that's
his.
a lot of gore.
I've seen some of his slasher movies, and it seems like all gore, no plot. And I feel like the Saw movies are a really good balance.
More balance of it.
So
I've
we've
still
been-
never seen Saw. So
Dude,
maybe that's
it
what
is
I'll put
a
next.
fantastic movie.
Saw one's dynamite.
It's so good. So yeah, we over the last couple nights we've been watching like 1.5 or 2 movies after dinner.
Have you watched Talk to Me yet?
No,
That you'd probably dig that.
I have not.
Yeah.
Is that one about a payphone?
No, it.
Or a
yeah, trying to
therapist?
find one. No, it's like they're kind of conjuring spirits.
Oh boy.
What, you don't like that stuff?
No, those are the ones that get me. Those are the ones that give me nightmares. Like I can't sleep.
Well, I guess I think of that as like a psychological thing. I think of possession movies as psychological.
Well, Mary thinks that there's demons that will actually possess her.
yes. So that's not psychological.
I
That's
see.
a threat.
Oh, an actual physical
A
threat.
real life threat, yes.
Gotcha.
Brian wants to go. We're going to New Orleans next week, and he wants to go on a ghost tour where they take you to all the haunted spots. And I was
Gwen
like,
loves those.
I don't have any interest in that. He goes, I thought you would really like that because you believe in it. I said, that's why I don't want to do it. I'm like, I'm not trying to go to New Orleans and have some old jazz ghost attached to my spirit, and then I bring it home, and now we
Yeah,
have
but
problems.
good luck going to New Orleans and avoiding ghosts. What are you
But
talking
we're not
about?
seeking them out.
You
We're
don't
not
have
going
to.
on a tour to the places where people were murdered.
That's every place in New Orleans. That's their whole tourism hook.
But we're not seeking it out. Just by being there and going to a restaurant, we're not like, let's go awaken the spirits of Bourbon Street. You know what I
Wow.
mean? Like I don't really have any interest in that.
Everywhere we go when we travel, we have to do some. Gwen likes like the haunted, scary stuff.
I don't like
It's like we were in Jamaica. We had to go to Rose Hall Resort. We were in Dublin. She went to the Hellfire Club, that kind of stuff.
Well, it's
Love
because
that
you guys
stuff.
don't believe in it.
Well, she likes the history of it because ghosts are fundamentally historical. And so she likes that part of it. And, you know, if you run into something, all the better. Right? I don't know.
Places you visited, you never had any interaction whatsoever.
Me?
No.
No, Alan.
No.
See, and that's funny because my brother went on a, I forget what they call them with those little meters that hear voices. What are they called?
EV meters?
Yeah, the EV or whatever. He went on a haunted walk with those, and he was visiting like scary sites. I think this was just in Lorain. Like this was in like Lorain, Ohio, and they were going to haunted sites. And he told me the story that he took my mom, and she was like, "Oh hell no, I'm not going in this house." And they were like asking questions to the ghosts and holding up the EV meters to see if they respond. And he got a response, and he was like, "All right, we shouldn't have done that." Like he was
They're called like
got
EVP or something.
I don't know
Yeah.
what they're ghost readers, whatever. But he heard a voice.
But those things are made to do that. Like you'll hear if you want to hear something. If you want to hear something, you will goddamn hear something.
But so you've never used one?
Yes.
And you never got anything?
We took one when we stayed in Estes Park. We stayed at the Shining Hotel. We had something, and of course it's going to go off because it's made to. But you're not going to hear a voice.
You don't know.
I don't know. Ryan's caught a voice.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not into that. That's not something because I do believe in ghosts and spirits and attachments and possessions and things like that. That is not something I have absolutely no interest in seeking out.
Me either.
Well,
He's
yeah.
like,
if
I
you're
thought that
if
might
you're
be
not
cool
gonna
for you.
if you're not gonna have fun, you shouldn't do it.
Right.
It's
I
supposed
told
to be
him, I was
fun.
like, if you want me to not sleep for the next 2 weeks and be constantly on edge and freaked out at every little noise I hear in the middle of the night, then yeah, sure, let's go do that.
What was that?
Yeah, right.
Oh my God, you'd be annoying.
I know.
I figure he would not want you on edge.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I said, no, I do not want to do that.
By the way, Old Jazz Ghost is at the Agora this weekend. That's very exciting.
But yeah, watch the
okay.
Saw movies. If you are looking for a good, we're
I'm
rewatching
gonna go through
them.
the
They're so
rest
good.
of the Hellraisers and then get to the Saws. But
Saw 10 is supposed to take place between 1 and 2.
Okay. Yeah, we just started 5. Dude, they're all really good.
are there 10 of them?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is Saw 10.
Insane.
Well, the first 6 came out 6 years in a row.
Just bam,
It
bam,
was like
bam.
from 2004 to 2010. Every single year there was a new Saw. And then it was a couple years later. And then that Chris
Rock one.
Chris Rock one was a couple years ago, which I heard
people hate
was
that
really
one.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that one yet. But
Yeah, every year you could count on a new iPhone and a new Saw movie.
they're so good. Because it teaches you a lesson, Alan. Each movie has a theme, and he's teaching people a lesson, whether it's about revenge or letting go.
Being ungrateful.
Or being ungrateful.
Who is he to judge?
He's not. He's just a cancer patient.
But he's the judge. He's judge, jury, and executioner.
No, he is not. He gives everyone a choice. He said, you have this contraption on your neck, and you could blow up in 60 seconds, but here's your choice.
Well,
stick your hand in the acid and get the key.
It's a Hobson's choice. Who is he to put them there in the first place?
He is John Kramer.
Stop.
Yeah, I would take the blowing up because I'm like, I don't feel no pain. Like, I'm gone real quick.
I don't think that that's true. If you woke up with a contraption around your neck, you would be panicked out of your mind, trying to do anything you could to get out of it.
But then provided with the choice, if he says you're going to be blown up in 60 seconds.
You're just going to lay there and be like, bring it on.
I didn't say bring it on, but given the two choices, reaching my hand in acid, how can I trust and believe that what he's telling me is true? Then I just dip my hands in acid for no reason.
Well, if you're going to die anyway, you might as well try.
No.
Why not?
Because
he doesn't try.
10 seconds in acid. 10 seconds in acid and you might save your own life. Or, screw it, I'm going to die anyway. If you're going to die anyway, what's the matter if your hand's messed up?
He doesn't try.
He wants to be in
doesn't
bed.
like trying.
Well, you're not in bed. You're chained up with bullets in your rib cage that are going to explode you from the inside
guess
out.
What? I didn't start that fire, so now he's
But
bullying
you're
me.
in it. You're going to die.
I'm going to cancel you, Jigsaw.
I'm not going to tolerate that because that's bullying.
I'm going to tweet this and you're going to be so canceled.
Make me
You're not going to be able to do any more contraptions.
Make me fight for my life because you think that I'm ungrateful and I don't deserve it.
What would Cody's jigsaw be? What would be his choice? Like some kind of sloth because he doesn't like to do anything? Trap him to his bed, but the bed's an explosive. And all he has to do is get up. That's it. You just got to apply for a job, Cody.
You have to do your podcast back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, that's it. You have to send out a tape to a different market. Otherwise, his bed explodes.
One of the Saw movies has the late Chester Bennington as one of the guys. He's glued to a car.
Yeah.
And he pulls himself before he hits some people. He's trying to pull his super glued skin away. It's really gross. That would be Poundcake. He'd be glued to his bed, and he could either get himself out of his bed, or it would explode.
All you have to do is hit send on this email.
All you have to do is read 20 pages in the Jared Kushner book.
But the thing is, the thing that would get him out of bed, your Uber Eats has arrived.
Mm-hmm. Make your choice. For me, Tobin Bell.
My choice is not the tip.
Tobin Bell, the greatest thing to ever happen to him in these Saw movies. He's the guy who plays
Who's that?
Jigsaw. John Kramer.
Oh, yeah.
Actor is Tobin
I don't
Bell.
think he did anything else, did he?
He did. For me, he'll always be the proprietor of Bleecker Bob's Records on Seinfeld, where Kramer and Newman go and take him a bunch of albums that they think should be worth a lot. And he says, no.
I'll give you $5. $5? Well, you know how much those records are worth?
Yeah, I do. $5.
Those records are worth more than $5?
He's jipping us.
You're jipping us.
Well, what do you got here? You know, you got Don Ho live in Honolulu. You got Jerry Vale sings Italian love songs. You got Sergio Mendez. Now, come on.
Wait. Sergio Mendez has a cult following.
Oh, they follow him like a cult.
Yeah, he can't even walk down the street in South America.
Look, that's his problem, all right? Now, you don't like it, too bad. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
All right, well, then get the hell out of my store, all right? You bring me something decent, I'll give you some money.
All right, we'll be back, Jack.
All right. We'll be back, Jack.
He says, you are a piece of crap. You emit a foul and unpleasant odor.
You piece of crap.
You piece of crap. That's what he says. That's right. Tobin Bell. That's what I recall him from.
It's so funny because we're watching the movies and, you know, it starts, each opening scene are friggin' brutal, man. Those opening scenes, they don't mess around. Within 10 seconds, you're watching someone's skull get turned backwards.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Eat that, you piece of crap.
I said to Brian, I was like, dude, if you woke up in a contraption like that, what would you do? And he goes, exactly what this person's doing. I'd be screaming and freaking out and trying to get out and yelling and moving my arms and legs. And I was like, yeah, but like, you got to know that's not going to work. Like, if you wake up completely chained with your mouth closed, like, you got to know that moving isn't going to do it. And he's like, I think your fight or flight would kick in. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I just remember the one where, and I think it might have been the girl who ends up being his acolyte later in the sequels, where she jumps into the pit of syringes.
She doesn't jump; she gets thrown.
Oh God!
Another guy
that
takes
one
her.
is like, oh my God!
Another guy takes her, and that's in the third one. Another guy takes her, or the second one, Donnie Wahlberg. He's the cop in that one.
There you go.
Another crazy person takes her and throws her in there. She's got to dig through the syringes to find a key. Oh,
they're pretty inventive. I mean, I will give them that.
So good.
It's just for my money, they kind of get a little monotonous. You're like, okay, because the first Saw was so, it wasn't just the gory stuff, it was the just dead ending of that movie was dynamite. You'd never seen anything like it.
Right. Well, and here's the thing, watching them back to back, I remember feeling the same way. Where by the time you got to like the fourth or fifth one, I'm like, all right, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like really invested.
Yeah.
I think I care more about the plot and like okay, so we just watched the fourth one. And it's based around this guy whose kid was killed by a drunk driver. So he has to learn how to let go. That's his test. So he takes him through all these things and he meets different people who were responsible in the process. So the first lady he sees is the lady who drove away, the only eyewitness. And he's like, well, she's getting frozen to death. He's like, there's the key. You can unlock her if you want, or you can be vengeful and let her die. And then, it's the...
Would you let her die?
Well, and that's what I'm asking Brian as we're watching this. I'm like, if someone killed your kid in a drunk driving accident, and then you're faced with the judge who only gave him 6 months, you letting that judge go, or you letting him drown to death in pig guts? Oh,
is that the one with the pig mask saw for?
No, the pig mask is in all of them. But this guy is chained by the neck in the bottom of a vat, and they bring out decaying pigs and drop them into like a wood chipper essentially, and he gets sprayed with all the guts until he eventually drowns.
That's the thing with movies like that where you have contraptions and like there's no magical powers. Like somebody had to put all this stuff together.
Yeah.
And
that's what takes me out of it. I'm like, this guy made all these
He's
just
an
to
engineer.
Yeah,
That's his job. His trade is he's been an engineer for 50 years.
My dad was an engineer. He wasn't putting together murder traps.
But he probably could.
Yeah, he could have. He certainly tried on
If he
me.
got cancer and angry at society and he had enough passion for it, I bet he could. Well, he's dead now. He can't do anything. But
tell you what, that's the gee, thanks. Spoiler. That's the trick. Is you got to have a passion for those killing machines.
Right.
You can't be wishy-washy.
He wants you to survive.
Hey, there is a brand new award-winning Poundcake sports break ahead of you. It's going to be in your face, hot and frothy, brand new for you. And I'll also have another $1,000 for you at 5:30. Another keyword to get some money from the Buzzard Bookie. And after the break, I'll have those KISS tickets. They're doing their last show ever. Asterisk, maybe, in Cleveland on the 22nd at the Romo Fijo. And we'll hook those up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Durk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a chance of rain after midnight down to the upper 40s. Tomorrow, a chance of rain, high close to 60. Friday, mostly cloudy, high 65.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. At Staples, you can count on every print project being perfect. And now get $50 off your print order of $150 or more. Offer ends 10/14. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See an associate or visit staples.com/print for details. Perfect prints guaranteed at Staples.
At Diamonds Direct, nobody tells our story better than our own associates.
I hear from customers that come in how shocked they are. They're able to, only with Diamonds Direct, afford a diamond that they never in their wildest dreams thought they'd be able to get.
People are just thrilled with what we offer.
I have exponentially more to choose from. The resources that we have, all the way from our wholesale roots, really untouchable.
When you come here to Diamonds Direct, you know it's something special. You know it's something that is one of a kind, and you got that at such a phenomenal value.
To be a jeweler and have this kind of firepower, we have all these mountings, all this selection, all these diamonds, and incredible prices is just unmatched.
And I think our customers appreciate that we are so open and honest about every part of this process.
What they're surprised by is the extent that we go to provide an unparalleled, luxurious shopping experience.
This company has a 60-year heritage in diamond cutting, diamond mining, diamond wholesaling. So there's no possible way to get any closer to the source than with Diamonds Direct.
We won't be undersold.
Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. DiamondsDirect.com.
The Factory of Terror is now open, voted one of the best haunted attractions in America. Check out the Zombie Bar Crawl, 5 bars all in one location. And don't forget about the 5 heart-pounding haunts within the tombs of the factory. For tickets and information, check out FOTOhio.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Right now, lease a new 2023 Kia Forte LXS for just $149 a month for 24 months. That's $149 a month for a 2-year lease. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaBedford.com to get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease for BMF for well-qualified EVs with approved credit. 10K miles a year. $34.95 due at signing plus taxes and fees. New security deposit required. Call for 1031.
With fall appliance savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. They'll fit your space, fit your needs, and they'll fit your budget too. Like a new LG laundry set that features a mega capacity washer to help you do more laundry in less time, and sensor dry technology to make sure nothing comes out damp or over dried. Get up to $600 off select appliances, plus up to an extra $100 off select laundry sets. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid September 28th through October 18th. Gas dryer extra. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Hey, it's Alan. We all know that our time is important, and Cars for Kids respects that time. Cars for Kids offers quick, hassle-free pickup of your vehicle. You just fill out an easy online form. Cars for Kids will send someone to tow away your unused car. Cars for Kids is hands down the fastest, simplest, and easiest way to get rid of your old car. So it's a great way to do a good deed without wasting any time. Just go to carsforkids.org today or call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. You've heard the jingle. To donate that old car. That's Cars with a K.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream, bringing together internet, advanced Wi-Fi, mobile, and now TV with the all-new Xumo Stream Box. Get fast and reliable internet for $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited Spectrum mobile line, and a free Xumo Stream Box when you add Spectrum TV. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Did you know COVID-19 related ER visits are 3 times higher than the flu? Stay up to date with the latest COVID-19 vaccines, just like you do with the flu, because you've got no time for 19. The vaccine may not be for everyone. Please consult with your doctor. Brought to you by Moderna.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works
Live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Kiss on their End of the Road World Tour. Their final stop in Cleveland is going to be Sunday the 22nd. The Romo Fijo. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for tickets and info, if there are any remaining. This pair for you. I'll be there. Say hi if you see me. Last time you see Kiss in Cleveland. Car 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Heard this? Somebody painstakingly.
I have not.
I don't even know what this is.
This is Give It Away from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Someone painstakingly recreated the entire Blood Sugar Sex Magic album using only sounds from Donkey Kong.
Nice.
Now, I have to think, since this is the Red Hot Chili Peppers, MMS is going to be all over this, right?
Oh, yeah. I guess.
That's hilarious.
The Two Chili Peppers to Midnight is replacing your show.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I don't really mix that well.
No.
Anyway, this dude put it all together. Where did I see that? We got a Poundcake sports break for you here in a minute. Where did I find that? The sounds of Donkey Kong Country.
Mm-hmm.
They did Blood Sugar Sex Magic in its entirety using FX Snowy is the account on YouTube. Using the sounds of Donkey Kong Country. That is a game from 1994. Blood Sugar Sex Magic only predates that game by about 3 years. And, you know, maybe you've wanted to hear Under the Bridge from the Red Hot Chili Peppers as Donkey Kong noises. That's on there too. Where's Under the Bridge?
Just sounds like a new wave version of it.
Mm-hmm.
This is bringing back so many feels. I loved this Donkey Kong game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
I never
Donkey
played
Kong
it.
Country. This is the one where you...
So you know all the noises. You don't know you don't know the Chili Pepper song. You know the noises.
I mean, I know the Chili Pepper song once you said it.
Yeah.
But yes, I definitely know these noises. Me and my cousins played this game like nonstop.
Wow. Here's Suck My Kiss.
I love this.
It's silly.
By the way, somebody did this. The Anthony Kiedis gibberish from their song Around the World. Somebody did that on a 10-hour-long loop.
Why?
If you want, why not?
People have time.
People have got time, and
internet
they've
is
got the
full of great
inclination.
things.
Yeah. You wouldn't want 10 hours of him running out of lyrics and just making up noises? Oh, come on. That's a lot of fun.
We have different definitions of fun.
Do we, though?
I think so.
I mean...
Based on that, yeah.
Do we?
I think so.
Do we?
I think so.
Do we? Well, you might be right. In that, I like to have fun. That's why everybody calls me Captain Fun.
And
you
hate it.
don't like to have fun.
I hate fun.
Hey, here's some fun. Next week on the program, people go, Alan, what are you giving away next week? I can't manage to get Kiss tickets this week. I can't manage to get Lewis Black tickets. Next week, we're going to do a preview screening. Speaking of video games, they made a movie out of Five Nights at Freddy's. And we're going to do a screen. You know Five Nights at Freddy's? You know that game?
No.
Where you're in, it's a haunted, like Chuck E. Cheese, where the animatronic animals are evil.
That was a game? I thought
It's like
that was
a really scary game, I think, that kids were playing for a while.
I thought that was
They made a movie out of it.
I thought it was already a movie.
Nope.
What was the one with Nick Cage?
Wally's World.
Yeah. Wild Willie's World or something. Yeah. Five Nights at
Something's Wonderland.
Willie's Wonderland.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Willie Wynn. Yeah.
I'll also have Nate Bargatze tickets for you next week. He's doing November the 18th at Playhouse Square. If you're a Detroit Tigers fan, you want to go see the Al Kaline Trio.
Nope.
I'm sorry?
Not the same.
They are playing the Agora on March the 8th. Comedian Tony Hinchcliffe is playing the Agora in February. Get you into that. And then 7 Floors of Hell. Inflation being what it is, this used to be 6 Floors of Hell.
Now you get another one?
Now it's 7. The Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. So that's all next week. But the remainder of the week, I will have those Kiss tickets for. Well, the remainder of the week is tomorrow. We're out on Friday, but I'll have Lewis Black tickets for you, Kiss tickets for you. Lewis Black on the show tomorrow. Sam Morrell is calling in as well. Both of those guys are mere days away from coming to perform for you. Speaking of which, Poundcake, are you ready for the sports break?
I am.
Are you ready to get hot and frothy?
Who says I am not already?
That's how...
You asked.
I did ask. Yeah, Mike in Parma, he texted in the break. He goes, I'm sure there are plenty of mornings where Poundcake is glued to his bed.
Yeah, if I
like
don't
a
have
Saw movie.
If I don't have on my AC, sure.
Yeah. Okay, here's $1,000 for you, and then we'll get to the award-winning Poundcake Sports Break. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, rapper Aubrey Graham, a.k.a. Drake, my light-skinned brother, is known for his chart-topping hits like Hotline Bling. Well, he's putting his money towards something close to hometown bling, and that could only mean one thing: sports teams. Drake got us with celebrity jeweler Alex Moss to put together a magnificent pendant filled with diamond-encrusted logos from all of Toronto's sports teams. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see for yourself.
Mm-hmm. There's no sound on this?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But again, we're on delay, so I can't see it myself.
Okay.
But, so that's a rich flex. No word yet on how much the one-of-a-kind piece costs, but I'm sure it'll definitely have you in your feelings. If you guys don't know, for the old cats, these are all Drake songs. Okay.
Old cats.
I'm just saying. Also, I feel like Las Vegas is synonymous with slots, right? Mary said once she got off the plane in the airport, she was surrounded by slots. Well, good on the Las Vegas hockey team for playing to their base. The Golden Knights unveiled the biggest slot in the world to honor their championship season. Take a look.
Golden Knights back as Lundell moves the puck in behind the Vegas goal.
Now steal by Lundell. Moves in and is stopped by Hill. Here's Reinhardt. For Hagee.
I don't think you're playing the right one. I can't see it.
Okay, well,
It's the one at the top.
The one at the top?
Yeah, the one where he's literally has the big slot and he's pulling down on the lever. It's only 30 seconds.
That's an advertisement.
No, it's not.
I think there's an advertisement going.
At any rate.
There it goes. Okay.
Right there?
Yeah.
Well,
The honor is yours.
Right there at the top.
I played it before. It only gave me an ad.
You just had to wait till the ad was done.
I did, smart ass.
That's rigged. There's no way.
That is rigged.
He pulled it the
Come
first
on.
time and he got it all three trophies.
Hey, man, anything can happen.
I'm just saying, does that give you goosebumps, Mary?
I need it.
Well, congrats, guys. The whole team can take a turn. And the beauty of Vegas is everyone can get in on the fun. If you have enough money, you can get all the slots you want and make it rain on the Las Vegas Strip. And lastly, this woman reminded me not that you're never too old to live, but you're also not too old to die. Dorothy Hoffner passed away yesterday at 104 years old. She was living in a senior community, and just last week she had the thrill of a lifetime by being the oldest woman in history to skydive. You can see Dorothy in action here.
You have the opportunity to go and enjoy it, and you would enjoy it.
That face is flying all
know,
over the
right?
place. Oh, my God. They could have used her face skin as a parachute.
It's really a wonderful feeling to see the earth under you. So pretty. And yesterday or Sunday was a beautiful day.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. She proves that we as people get older, but whiteness never fades. R.I.P. to a real G. Not only was Dorothy the oldest person to ever skydive, but she also makes a mean clam chowder. Long live the queen. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Now, do you think that she made a mean Manhattan clam chowder or a mean New England clam chowder?
I don't eat either.
The red or the white?
Is that the red or the white? You don't eat clam chowder?
I've never had clam chowder.
He wants nothing to do with eating clams.
It doesn't sound like something I would want to try. Like, I think that's one of the...
You won't even try it.
Those are one of the
Mary
foods-
can't eat it because she has a shellfish
Right.
allergy.
I've had it before, my shellfish allergy, but I actually really liked
It's
it.
worth the diarrhea?
Not anymore.
Those are one of the foods where I feel like if I smell it, I'm not going to be into it. Like, you can't just casually make clam chowder. It smells,
Clams
it
are
stinks up
good,
the whole
man.
house.
Yeah, but you never know what you might really end up enjoying, right? Like, I'm trying to convince Poundcake of the same things I'm trying to get across to my 7-year-old. Like, you never know what you might discover you really love. It might be the least likely thing out there. You know, my daughter discovered that she loves pesto. And I'm like, you never would have known that if we hadn't made it for you and told you to eat it. A Poundcake's a grown man, obviously, so he can do what he wants. But, you know, what do you think the odds are that Dorothy Hoffner's tandem jumper, the guy who knows what he's doing, you think he popped a rod up there?
No,
why?
She's 1,000 years old.
Do you think
She was 104.
Nobody's doing that.
You think that was his
No,
moment?
but she had joie de vivre. She was up there and living life, and they're right next to each other. I don't mean because she was 104. I mean, like, they're right next to each other, and there's a lot of wind and a lot of pressure.
No.
Do you think she was setting... How much drag do you think because of all the wind she was releasing when she was up there?
Oh.
Do you think she was really...
She changed her diapers?
Yeah.
Because old people already smell like mothballs and nursing home and...
Well, if you're in a nursing home, you smell like it. But if you're living at your house, my grandma never smelled like mothballs.
She never smelled. She didn't have
she
a
smelled
stink
great.
to
She
her.
smelled like white shoulders. She smelled like old lady perfume. She wore white shoulders. And so that's what she smelled like. It was an old Elizabeth Arden perfume that my grandma probably wore my whole life.
I feel like skin has an odor to it. Like if your body's all leathery at a certain age, like.
But you're still washing your body. You're still taking showers and baths.
I don't think old people wash that often.
Old people have a smell, man. They do.
But not all of
I'm
them.
with Cody on this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you can't, even if you're thorough when you wash, you have new wrinkles, new folds.
Yeah, but we live in a world full of salves and emollients and moisturizer. You can smell like whatever you want.
But I'm saying you may not stink like a lot, but like if you get close, you hug someone, they kind of smell like old people. Like I don't know. I don't know what's in your pores. It's just old people stuff. I don't know.
Well, listen, it's like that.
Glory be to God, I get that age and I can figure out for myself, but I feel like you have a stench.
It's that advertisement that makes me laugh when we're watching Jeopardy, because obviously all those advertisements are geared towards the olds for a product called Blue Emu.
I've heard of that.
Right? The tagline is, Blue Emo, relief works fast, and you won't stink. Because they're letting you know. Because they're like, well, I don't want to use Bengay. But those things are what smell. Not the person.
I think
those are the things that stink.
Your body starts to smell weird after a while. After 100
Really?
years, your body just... Dude, your organs are 100 years old.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like
you're saying that you smell their organs
that
from
your
the outside?
body is not as fresh.
As fresh.
But the skin is clean. Like if you clean the skin,
clean. If you
clean the skin and you are like fresh out of a shower and you're old, I think it'll be.
I feel like if you have anything and you just have it for years and old, that's why pets start to stink when they get older. And if you were to let meat starts to stink.
You're equating people with meat. Meat rots.
Anything.
Meat rots in real time.
You don't think that your insides are rotting at 104?
No.
Yeah, they are.
Rotting?
Yeah.
I feel
if they are rotting, you are dead.
But if you're old, I feel like you sweat the same way.
Do you think that your organs are rotting?
You just rot until it ends. Until stuff stops working.
Ends?
Yeah.
Or they're lazy sometimes. Like they don't work as often as they should.
They get weaker, but they don't start to rot until you die.
Well, you smell like you rot. Old people stink, man. I will stand by this. Old people have a smell.
Maybe you've been around unclean elderly people.
I don't think it's about clean or not. I think your body
is about
just
clean or not.
starts to stink after a while. I don't mean like body odor. They don't smell like onions.
Yeah, it's not a BO.
It's not like body odor.
Your skin.
They just smell old.
Yeah,
I don't know how else to put it.
It smells like you leave your clothes in a dresser and just not wash them or not touch them for like a year, and then they come out. It's a very dusty, musty smell.
Alan, it's been clinically proven through blind smell tests that old people have a distinctive odor.
They do.
As opposed to younger people. Well, then maybe my grandma was covering all that up.
If she's constantly spraying perfume, yeah.
Well, not constantly. She'd get up in the morning and she'd put on her perfume. Mike from Parma thinks that lady probably smelled like the sack her parachute was packed into.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. The glands secrete differently. What? That's a typo. Alan, I'm a caregiver for a 90-year-old and 92-year-old couple. They do not smell.
You must be nose blind to it.
Well, maybe she might be. That might be something.
You swear by everyone who has a pet that their house smells like a pet, regardless of how clean they are.
But that's not because they're old. People have newborn cats who swear their place doesn't smell like cats. I go, of course it does. It smells like cat in here. My dog is 12 years old and she doesn't smell.
But you are convinced that anyone who owns a cat has a smelly house.
I'm just saying every person's house I've been into has a cat and swears you can't smell it. I go, of course I can.
Every old person I've smelled has smelled bad. So
like a cat?
If you're gonna have anecdotal cat evidence, I have anecdotal elderly stink.
That's
evidence.
Fine. That's fine. I'm just saying I can only go by my grandmother, who lived to 103.
Is it insulting?
And she didn't smell like an old person to me.
Is it insulting to call them old, or do you call them elderly?
No, that's old.
They're old.
That's old. That's very old.
So old.
For the lifespan of a human being, that's old. And you're lucky if you get that old.
Yep.
And still have your faculties. And Alan, why do nursing homes always smell the same? I've only ever been in one nursing home.
They stink.
My shortly after Gwen and I started dating, her grandmother died. I met my now mother-in-law at her mom's funeral.
That's nice.
I had only been, it was great. 21 gun salute, by the way, because she was military. So it's like I still have the shell casings in one of my suit jacket pockets.
Oh, not because she likes Green Day?
I don't know if she liked Green Day.
All right.
That's a valid question. I didn't know her long enough to be able to ask her that. But that was the only nursing home I'd ever been in. I guess a couple nursing homes. My ex-wife's grandma was in a nursing home too. But I guess I didn't commit the scent to memory. But I'll take your word for it. Listen, I'm clearly outnumbered here by facts. And so if old people...
Smell.
I'm just saying that I don't know that it's a fait accompli that an old person will smell.
Yeah, you're going to start to smell. That's it's just the way of life, man.
Okay.
Kangaroos have pouches. Old people smell.
Okay.
Science, yeah.
All right.
Part of the kingdom.
It's a combination of skin gland secretions and bacterial activity, both of which change as we get older. Okay. Well, there you go. Well, then maybe she was covering it up. Alan, I'm not very old at all, and I stink. See, that's the other side of the coin. Yeah.
Lots of people smell, man.
Yeah. I guess, to use Dorothy Hoffner's analogy there, even though she did it in reality, you got to know when to pull the chute if you're getting old, right? At what point do you run into the woods and sequester yourself away from the rest of mankind so that you don't stink them out?
When you start smelling bad.
You don't know that, but no one can smell themselves.
You can smell yourself.
No, you can't.
Unless your nose stops working, you can smell yourself.
I can smell myself. Like when I'm stinky, I know I'm stinky.
Me too. I'm like hypersensitive to smells.
Yeah, well, most people are not. There's all kinds of a-holes walking around that don't care what they stink like.
Well, yeah, there's definitely people
You're
like
being
that,
cognizant of it. You can't count on most people to be cognizant of how they smell.
But you can tell whether you care or not or want to do anything about it. You can tell when you stink.
Hell, I don't think a lot of people can. I think it's a lot harder to assess your own smell than somebody else going, oof, bro, what's going on here?
I think it's just whether or not you care. I think
how do you know? How do you know when you stink?
I can smell
it.
But
my
why?
pits.
Were you just doing something where you exerted yourself?
Anything.
No, I'm talking about like if you go.
You haven't showered in 2 days.
Yeah, I haven't showered in a couple days, or there'll be times when I'll take off my shirt to get in the shower and I go, "Whew, I needed this," because I can smell my body.
Well, there's times when I'll be even just like laying on the couch and I'll like put an arm up and I'm
you
like,
go,
whoa,
oh yeah,
I'll stink it.
An arm or a leg up?
Just an arm, Alan. Everything else is pristine.
Oh, here we go.
My flaps and folds, baby.
Alan, nursing homes smell like hospitals because of all the disinfectant and cleaning and crap. Doesn't have anything to do with the people. Well, the old people probably don't help, though. I mean, if that people mingles.
I feel like old people had a distinct smell more when I was younger. Maybe it's because I'm becoming more old.
But you're also not around them as much. How much time you spend around old people?
I hang out with grandma all the time.
She smell old?
No, she smells great.
But she's also not
She's
that
not old. She's not 98. Was she like 70?
70-something, yeah.
We're
yeah,
talking
I
about
guess
like
90-year-old
people.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Church
hang out with
people,
them.
like old people.
But that's the thing, like old people change. Like 70 was old 20, 30 years
35
ago.
was old at one point.
Right. So somebody being in their 90s now is the new version of that, I guess. But I think people just have more awareness now. I don't think there's as many old people that stink like there used to be. Because it's really just, are there hygienic people or there's not hygienic people? And I think people are more hygienic now than they were in the past.
It also depends on if you're dependent on someone else to keep you hygienic, I guess.
Depends also.
Depends
We're not
on
talking
that.
about that. I'm not talking
You're
about
talking about-
hygiene.
you're talking about the skin.
Right. This has nothing to do with body odor or like lack of bathing. This is you just stink weird. Your skin is old and it has a scent. That's it.
I think if you wash your skin on a regular basis, even if you're old, you're not going to smell. Those smells are coming from other ointments or whatever.
I'm way late here. I got to take a break. We got so in the weeds on the old people smelling and the ointments. How can I break away? 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
A gay man in Florida killed his sex partner, said they were 69ing, and the guy bit down on his unit, tried to bite it off, so he had to kill him. It was self-defense. You buy it?
I feel
for you. A local-ish band called Album. I don't know if they're still around. They're from out in Rogers, Ohio.
Sorry.
Play some classic Yngwie Malmsteen. Throw some
classic.
Prong in from 89.
Yeah, prawn.
Shut up, Mary.
Oh, Alan.
Huh?
Sound.
And whatever else you want to hear. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And it's all metal. From us to you. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, of course, you can always leave messages there. You can always drop voicemails for us as well on the After Hours line, which is always available to you. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, baby, Quarantine Springs. Yo, I am disappointed in you, Mr. Cox. How could you? You guys are doing a debate on what is the gold standard of Halloween songs, and it's only between Thriller and the Monster Mash. Bill, Mary, maybe not Poundcake, even though him and I are the same age, but, look, listen, how did Oingo Boingo not come up? Dead Man's Party?
Oingo Boingo.
Tisk, tisk, people. Tisk, tisk. Love me. Love you. Hate the show. KK Smooches. Bye.
That's not really a Halloween song,
even think
though.
I know this.
Danny Elfman, he had a band called Oingo Boingo before they did Weird Science and Dead Man's Party. It's a fun song, but we were kind of goofing around, too. Bill's like, oh, I love the Monster Mash, and,
It's the best song of all time.
Right. I go with the Shags or King Diamond. Thriller, though, I mentioned because this time of year, Thriller always rockets back onto the charts because equal parts nostalgia. But I don't think it would have never occurred to me to pull out Oingo Boingo Dead Man's Party.
Yeah, I don't think I know this song at all.
Oh, you've never heard Dead Man's Party?
No.
It's a good song. It's like the late 80s.
I know Weird Science, but I don't know this.
Yeah, but I think maybe for people who remember the video, it's along those lines. You could see where Danny Elfman would end up scoring the films that he did later on, but...
Is this Danny Elfman's voice?
Yes.
He does the voice of Jack Skellington, too. In
Nightmare Before Christmas.
And I, Jack, the Pumpkin King.
Yeah, he scored... he's had his greatest success as a film composer. He did Simpsons theme song famously, and... he did, of course, the classic Batman theme song. Danny Elfman.
Oh, it was the fart version of it.
No, this is his.
Well, I said the fart version. I'd say it was not his.
This isn't his?
This is his fart version.
Yes. All right. Anyway.
I like how the farts are so independent from the actual rhythm of the symphony. There.
Corey in Tarpon Springs there. I thought for sure he was he was mad that I didn't mention Werewolf Bar Mitzvah. That, to me, that should be the gold standard of Halloween music.
Werewolf Bar Mitzvah, spooky, scary. Boys becoming men, men becoming wolves.
Boys becoming men becoming wolves.
Do we have a bureau chief in any of the Koreas?
Yeah, we do.
We do?
Yep. Don't we have Dan? He was our military guy. He was in Pyeongtaek, South Korea.
Yeah, well, I think we have another now. This is Erica. She's
with a K or a C?
With a C. Erica. She asked to be added to the bureau chief map. She moved outside of Seoul in Gimpo.
Pardon me?
Gimpo. Gimpo, South Korea.
Mm-hmm.
So Erica in Gimpo, South Korea.
She's there for work, or she is stationed there, or she checking in on the YouTubes?
Yeah.
All right. Gimpo, South Korea. A city in Gyeonggi Province. Borders Incheon. Wasn't that a big I
don't know why you're asking us anything about Korea.
You don't remember the Korean War? I thought Incheon was like a big part of the Korean War.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
All right. Well, that city has more than 300,000 people in it. That's the amazing thing about cities around the world is cities you've never heard of that have like tens of millions of people in them.
It's like these Chinese cities where they have millions and millions of people and you've never heard of them. Where's the one where the coronavirus?
Wuhan?
Wuhan, yeah. Never heard of that. Very
Oh, you'd
popular.
never heard of Wuhan, China?
I never had until last or 3 years ago.
All right.
And I heard about it a lot. She was an English teacher.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Brian and I are familiar with Wuhan because that is also a brand of cymbal.
I think you just bought that.
Wuhan is a very, very famous Chinese cymbal brand. I've never played them, but I know they remain very popular.
He just bought 2 new cymbals.
What do you buy, 457s? Is he playing Wuhan cymbals?
I have no idea, dude. That's not a question for me. It's not a
You don't
hi-hat.
take an interest in what he's doing?
I can't.
On the drums?
I can't,
You can't.
remember it all. I can go in and I can listen and I can retain it for a little while, but there are so many nuances and different
Are
parts.
they round? I know they make a lot of effect
Yes.
cymbals. So there's like a pentagonal shaped cymbal that
No,
Wuhan makes.
They look like cymbals.
Okay.
What's another brand? It's not Wuhan.
Zildjian?
Not that. No, those
There's
are guitars.
Sabian, there's Zildjian, there's...
Sabian.
Did you say those are guitars?
Yeah, Zildjian.
Zildjian guitars?
Yeah.
I thought Sabian was that thing that girls sit on.
That's what I thought
That's
too.
the Sibian.
Oh.
Although, if you hit a cymbal just the right way and then put the vibration next to your girl, you can get a similar effect. Sabian came, it was an offshoot of the Zildjian family.
What happened to a Sibian? Are they still around?
I think they're still around. Our boss Rob said that the Halloween song is "Werewolves in London," which
Werewolves of London.
Of London, all right, whatever.
Werewolf Dolph Lundgren.
What about the...
But I don't think of that as a Halloween song at all.
Somebody's
That's-
Watching Me? That's also Michael Jackson.
No, that's Rockwell
Michael
with Michael Jackson. Yeah, he's in the background.
Featuring, yeah. He's got a feature on
Oh,
that.
that's him
Yeah.
doing that voice?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm not. And I'm
It's a
going to be
pretty
polite.
distinctive voice.
Yeah,
How
but I
did
didn't
you
know
not
that was him.
Mm. It's the only reason people listen to that song. What the hell else did Rockwell do?
Nothing.
Nothing. They were like, Rockwell featuring Michael Jackson. Everybody's like, ah! Yeah, he was at the height of his powers then.
I saw a werewolf with
Well, I got no privacy.
Walking through the streets of Soho in the rain.
Yeah, again, I get where people are coming from. I just would never classify this. This, for me, any Warren Zevon, it's a year-round celebration.
Yeah, this is an everyday song.
Year-round, everyday
I'm not
song.
just putting this on.
See,
Although
for me,
werewolves, but it's still a good song.
for me, Halloween music starts and ends with Nightmare Before Christmas. That's the track. That's the theme. Just play it start
Even
to
the
finish.
Christmas songs?
Even the Christmas songs. Because they're spooky.
You 90s kids and your Nightmare Before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
It's okay. But there are
You
a
were
lot
like 39 when it came out. That's why you feel that way.
No, it's got nothing to do with my age. I've watched it with my children. I just think it's an overrated movie.
Because
It's
you were an adult
wildly
when it
overrated.
came out.
Doesn't matter.
It's not for you.
There's plenty of things
No, often I have
that
just...
are not for me that I can still enjoy. I just happen to think that movie. I was barely in my 20s when that movie came out
Then how'd you watch it with your children?
because it's been out ever since.
No, that's not true. We were
You
watching...
know, movies don't go away,
No, they
right?
go
I mean,
away. They
yeah,
go
okay,
away.
gotcha.
We were watching Halloween Town with Blake, which is a Disney original movie that came out in like 1997. Okay, it is made for 6-year-olds. All right, Brian's watching it like, this is the worst movie ever. I'm like, this is not for you. Okay, this has never been for you. You're a 37-year-old man. Let the 7-year-old enjoy it. It's a 58-minute movie.
Yeah, but my point is, Nightmare Before Christmas got glommed on by kids in their 20s. And so it was at Hot Topic. It was a Spencer Gifts. There's a whole generation of kids whose whole identity is the Nightmare Before Christmas. It wasn't
Not
just...
lying.
I'm not, of course not. It wasn't just children. Like, I was barely out of college when that movie came out.
It became
And
a punk symbol.
Yes, a lot of people who were older than 11 glommed onto that movie.
Because a lot of people
To this
watched
day.
it. Yeah, a lot of people watched it in the 90s when it came out. I saw it in the theater. I really enjoyed it.
But
It's not. Listen, it's not bad. I just
but
think it's
then-
overrated. That's
then
all.
it got, it kind of became this cult classic. And then a whole new generation got exposed to it through 'cause
ABC and
they,
Disney
yeah, they play it on ABC Family all the time.
It's still in. They'll bring it.
and they'll bring it back to theaters.
It's
and
in
do
theaters
3D.
right now, currently
And-
as we speak.
And like I took my kids to see it in theaters when they were little, and they loved it. And then you had all the merchandise that started coming out in the mid 2000s through Hot Topic, and that's when it really became people's personality.
And it was a big hit.
I think that's a Tim Burton thing, though, because they also had merch for like Corpse Bride, like that
Coraline, all that creepy
stuff. Yeah, because people
like
love it. Even Beetlejuice had a bunch of merchandise and stuff.
I love that movie.
Because people love that.
That was one Halloween movie I did not like. Beetlejuice, I did not get into.
Man,
very bored
Beetlejuice
with
turned me on. Well, I don't know what it was about him being kind of a douche that I was like,
kind of a douche.
I'm into
Like
this
bad
guy.
guys?
I like him.
But like Beetlejuice wasn't
The
even a
bad boy.
Halloween movie. Like it came out in the spring. So it wasn't supposed to be. Maybe it was originally supposed to be out of Halloween. I don't know. But I just remember it came
just
out.
deals with Halloween-esque topics. Because like it's not a scary movie.
No, it was
but it was just scary enough for a kid to watch and be like, ugh, that was scary, but I'm okay.
It came out like a couple of weeks before my birthday. Because it was out before Batman.
Yeah.
I remember that. And I had such a crush on Winona Ryder. I mean, she could do no wrong. So I didn't care what she was doing. I was going to see it. You know, like she's my age. She was, just the best.
That musical was really good too. We saw the Beetlejuice musical and it was awesome. It was really fun. If you liked the movie, obviously.
That's what everybody says. Everybody says Beetlejuice the musical is fantastic. Now remember,
One
like
hand
that
job
guy.
up.
What's that? What?
Isn't that the one where Lauren Boebert was cranking the dude off?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
She was.
The over the pants HJ.
Man, she was working that dude like a water pump in the Dust Bowl. Yeah.
My God.
And he had a handful of booby, right?
She got a lot of boob.
She got a lot of
Man,
boobs in
does
hand.
she really? Like,
Yeah,
I
she
couldn't
got
tell
some
from that
jugs,
video.
man.
Lauren Boebert.
She got
Well,
some
that's
big
why
old-
she's a 36-year-old grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
You got a whole line of dudes who couldn't keep their hands off.
She got some large not naturals.
Oh, yeah? They're fake?
Oh, yeah, they're fake.
Oh, okay. I've never looked that closely, I guess.
I have.
Well, there you go. You certainly couldn't tell anything from that grainy black and white footage. Like the
I did
Zapruder film
I
there
did
in
the
Beetlejuice.
CSI enhance.
That's what you did?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
We got to run it through the
Send this off to the
enhancer.
Yeah.
Or maybe he got taken for a ride.
Well, listen, Lauren Boebert is now officially divorced. So she's back on the market, dudes.
So our accident is not an accident at all.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations to her. She has to, her husband is going to pay $1,800 a month in child support.
Oh, that's nothing.
Boy, imagine getting off that light. Woof.
I'm telling you, I'm so close to getting knocked up by a celebrity.
Shouting match behind closed doors is how bystanders described the divorce hearings. With her grandson in her arms.
Wow.
She has dissolved her 17-year marriage to registered sex offender Jason Boebert.
17 years, though.
Yeah.
Held him down 17 years.
Who can get pregnant by, Mary?
I don't care. Anybody with money.
Jack Black.
Wow, you're ungrateful. You got a working man, you know, with good benefits.
You
nice
think he wouldn't be in
tattoos.
on this? Ryan loves his money. If I told him, hey, listen, I'm going to get pregnant by probably
Jack
Tristan
Black?
Thompson. Yeah, Jack Black. You got me all messed up. I can't even think. By Tristan Thompson, because he loves leaving it in white girls. So
I like cream pies.
Yes. And I tell
We know she
Brian,
ain't lying.
Yeah.
I'm going to make...
People came all over me.
I'm going to make us
That's not gonna get us done.
$40,000 a month in child support. He'd be like, hell
Elbow to
yeah.
fist.
Bring it on. I'll raise somebody else's kid.
Can we name
I'm
the
learning
baby?
how to massage
Like-
the logs.
I mean, like everybody on all the customers will have a contest to see
Yes.
what we
You
get
can
the
name my
Mary's
famous
baby.
baby. Mhm.
Yeah.
My anchor baby.
What will the last name be? Santora?
Santora Thompson.
Carrying on the fine Santora tradition?
Thompson Santora.
Also, Nick Chubb isn't doing anything right now, so maybe I can jump on that.
Will you name him Ric Flair Santora Chubb?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! For $50,000 a month? Absolutely.
A month?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, you're shooting for the moon.
Yeah. This is big time stuff. here.
He made a lot of money over his career, so.
So how much money will go to the kid?
Oh, they'll be taken care of.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to have to work anymore.
Right.
That's.
But I
the
thought you
whole-
like working.
I do like working.
Yeah.
But I don't have to.
Oh, I see.
If you don't have to, then you can enjoy it even more.
I don't know. For $50,000 a month, you might have to throw in an allegation.
What do you mean?
They're going to look at everything like, well, your lifestyle has not changed. Like, he just banged you. You don't need $50,000 a month. So now you got to lie on him.
No, I'm not going to lie.
You're going to have to lie on him.
Don't take advice.
She doesn't like to lie.
Those who
that's
can't
magician
do
stuff. She's not a magician.
Although Cody would be the one who would know the most about.
I wouldn't.
He's the one who
loopholes in-
thinks he knows the most about those things. Do not take
and don't sign any NDAs.
Oh boy. Or do. You know what? He should be your confidant. He should be your consigliere in this area.
Non-donor agreement.
There you go. How could I have forgotten Every Day is Halloween by Ministry? Right? Pre-Land of Rape and Honey, before they really went in the industrial territory. That is a pretty good song, boy. OG L. Jorgensen, still doing the fake British accent. Fantastic. All right, well, anyway, I got a break here. If you are rich and want to leave it in Mary,
Hit me up.
35192 to text that, and we'll be back.